Chapter 229. Undercurrent surged. With the purple feather spear in his hand, Yixing instantly displayed the Dark Spirit Spear art. Yixing's Dark Spirit Spear art, which was at the small success stage, had extraordinary power. As soon as he used this move, Yixing's aura surged, and the surrounding flames retreated. The spear move, which contained the power of darkness, caused Yixing's surroundings to suddenly turn into darkness. Roar! The fire crystal beast roared. No matter what was in the darkness, it stretched out its huge claw and slapped over. Bang! The purple feather spear and the huge claw collided, causing a loud explosion. Yixing only felt a terrifying power passing over. His body involuntarily retreated by more than 10 meters. The Star Origin shield trembled, and seemed to be on the verge of collapse. The surrounding flames swarmed over. Yixing was unbearably hot and sweat poured down like rain. As expected of a 6-star martial saint demonic beast, the fire crystal beast's power was terrifying. Even though Yixing's Dark Spirit Spear art had reached the small success stage, he still could not resist. In the blink of an eye, Yixing was pushed back by the fire crystal beast. With a roar, the fire crystal beast pounced over again. Compared to Yixing, the fire crystal beast was not terrifying at all. It only slapped out its huge claw and attacked directly. However, when its power and speed reached a certain level, its direct attacks were the most terrifying. It could not be blocked. It could not be dodged. Suddenly, 2 green vortexes appeared in Yixing's eyes. He had displayed the green eyes of the Eyes of Clear Clouds. The Eyes of Clear Clouds was an eye technique that affected one's thinking. Yixing had already cultivated it to an extremely high level. Although it was not as good as Zishanho, it still had a certain influence on the thinking of a 6-star martial saint demonic beast. When the fire crystal beast's eyes met with Yixing's green eyes, its movements slowed. Yixing moved and displayed the heavenly bat steps. He was as fast as a ghost and instantly dodged the claw attack of the fire crystal beast. At the same time, the purple feather spear stabbed out. A flash of inspiration. The purple feather spear carried a ray of dark light and instantly pierced the fire crystal beast's body. The purple feather spear passed through the fire crystal beast's body, causing sparks to fly. The red scales on the fire crystal beast's body were too sturdy. Yixing felt as if he had stabbed a piece of precious iron. The purple feather spear in his hand transmitted a huge rebound force. Other than the wound caused by the first stab of the spear, the subsequent wounds did not break through the fire crystal beast's red scales. To the fire crystal beast's huge body, that little bit of damage was almost negligible. Roar! Roar, roar, roar! Although the fire crystal beast's injuries were light, the pain made the fire crystal beast even angrier. In an instant it went berserk. Its entire body burned with raging flames, and its power multiplied. Looking at its might, even an ordinary 6-star martial sage would have a 90% chance of dying if they ran into it. Yixing instantly felt threatened. If he continued to fight like this, he would definitely be the one at a disadvantage. He immediately made a decision. Whoosh! A ray of starlight rushed out from the space between Yixing's eyebrows. This was a ray of black starlight. It soared into the sky, and in an instant, the surroundings turned into darkness. Above the darkness, there was a huge dark vortex. Yixing had used the black hole astrology. He had to use his trump card and raise his strength to the strongest state. Only then would he be able to fight the fire crystal beast to the death. The black hole astrology was too heaven-defying. Under the cover of darkness, the surrounding flames lost their light. Yixing's perception spread out in the darkness, and everything around him was clear as the palm of his hand. This included the fire crystal beast, who had fallen into the darkness. The surroundings were suddenly covered in darkness, and this shocked the fire crystal beast. The flames on its body burned even more fiercely, but the light it emitted was extremely weak. It could only illuminate an area of 10 feet around it. Beyond that, it was pitch black. Yixing felt the darkness. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that the fire crystal beast was covered in darkness to launch an attack. However, a sudden change shocked Yixing, and he stopped the thought of attacking. The black hole vortex in the sky produced a huge suction force. It swallowed the flames in all directions. The black hole astrology could actually devour flames? No, it was not flames. Yi Xing's sense of touch merged with the darkness. He could see all the changes around him. The flames around him did not change, but the power of the flames had changed. The black hole astrology had devoured the essence of the flames, leaving only the shell of the flames. It had turned into the most ordinary flames. Ordinary flames could be easily blocked by a one-star martial sage with celestial essence. However, the flames in this land of flames could only be blocked by a 4-star martial sage with celestial essence. There was a huge difference between the two. The reason for this difference was the essence of the flames. The Sea of Flames in the Fallen Star Secret Realm had more essence of the flames than ordinary flames. Now that the essence of the flames had been devoured by the black hole astrology, the flames in the Sea of Flames naturally turned into ordinary flames. Not only were the flames around him weakening, but Yi Xing also felt that the power of the Fire Crystal Beast was also weakening. The Fire Crystal Beast was a demonic beast that lived in flames. Its strength was closely related to the flames. Its body also contained the essence of the flames. However, when the black hole astrology devoured the essence of the flames in the Fire Crystal Beast's body, everything was devoured. As the essence of the flames in the Fire Crystal Beast's body decreased, the power of the Fire Crystal Beast naturally weakened. The black hole astrology actually had such an effect. This was another function that shocked and surprised Yi Xing. In a moment, Yi Xing realized the true effect of the black hole astrology devouring the essence of the flames. A ball of fire suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. This ball of fire was located at the edge of the space between his eyebrows. It was very weak. However, as the black hole astrology continued to devour the essence of the flames, this ball of fire was growing stronger. This discovery made Yi Xing suck in a breath of cold air. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. He almost trembled in fear. The space between the eyebrows was the territory of the astrology. What did it mean for a ball of fire to appear in the space between the eyebrows? This meant that Yi Xing was going to have another astrology. The fire astrology. Yi Xing already had the black hole astrology and the Sagittarius astrology. This had already broken his martial arts common sense. Now he was going to have a third astrology? This was too unbelievable. Moreover, this third astrology was born because of the black hole astrology. This proved that the black hole astrology was heaven-defying. As the black hole astrology absorbed more and more essence of the flames, the fire in the space between Yi Xing's eyebrows became brighter and stronger. It slowly moved from the edge of the space to the center. Roar! A beast's roar interrupted Yi Xing's surprise. Although the Fire Crystal Beast could not see the surrounding darkness, it could still feel Yi Xing's breath. It had locked onto Yi Xing's position. The surrounding darkness only surprised it for a short while before it launched an attack on Yi Xing. The Fire Crystal Beast had fought with Yi Xing before. It knew that Yi Xing's strength was weaker than it. Therefore, even though the surrounding darkness confused it, it did not affect its decision to kill Yi Xing. Yi Xing knew everything in the darkness like the back of his hand. As soon as the Fire Crystal Beast moved, Yi Xing reacted. He used the heavenly bat steps and suddenly changed his position. Although the Fire Crystal Beast could sense Yi Xing's breath in the darkness and lock onto Yi Xing's position, it was not as agile as using its eyes. As soon as Yi Xing changed his position, the Fire Crystal Beast accurately locked onto Yi Xing's position again. It needed some time. At this time, Yi Xing had already launched a fatal attack on the Fire Crystal Beast. Dark Spirit Spear. Yi Xing pushed his celestial essence to the limit. His strength erupted as he displayed the ultimate technique of the Dark Spirit Spear art. The purple feather spear brought out a shiny black spear light, shattering all the airflow. In an instant, it arrived beside the Fire Crystal Beast and stabbed towards its head from the side. The spear thrust had a strong penetrating power, coupled with the terrifying power of this move. Even if the Fire Crystal Beast had amazing defensive power, it could not withstand the attack of this spear. The purple feather spear stabbed out as fast as lightning. The Fire Crystal Beast accurately locked onto Yi Xing's position and simply could not dodge. In the nick of time, the Fire Crystal Beast tilted its head, avoiding its vital points. The purple feather spear, with a dark light, instantly stabbed into the Fire Crystal Beast's stomach. Blood spurted and sparks flew. The purple feather spear stabbed into the Fire Crystal Beast's neck. The entire spearhead was buried under the red scales, reaching a depth of a few inches. Yixing immediately retracted his stab. He was not greedy for temporary benefits. The purple feather spear rotated and suddenly created a fist-sized bloody hole in the fire crystal beast's neck. Yixing held the spear and retreated like lightning. Second watch. Chapter 230. The fire crystal beast's injuries were not fatal and did not affect its life. Its combat power did not decrease, but the injury on its neck made it even more furious. It went completely berserk. The fire crystal beast pounced on Yixing with all its might. If Yixing had not pulled back decisively, he would have been pounced on by the fire crystal beast. If he had been a little slower, he would have had to fight it head-on again. With the fire crystal beast's berserk power, Yixing would definitely be at a disadvantage if he fought it head-on. Yixing retreated and immediately used the sky bat steps. He moved quickly and constantly changed his position. By the time the fire crystal beast confirmed Yixing's position, Yixing was already dozens of feet away. This caused the fire crystal beast's attack to miss. The black hole continued to devour the fire essence. With every second that passed, the fire essence in the fire crystal beast's body was reduced by a little, and its power decreased by a little. Yixing did not plan to fight the fire crystal beast in close combat. He wanted to keep a distance and weaken the fire crystal beast's power. Yixing also had ways to attack the fire crystal beast, even if he didn't fight it at close range. He put away the purple feather spear and took out the spiritual pattern bow again. At this time, another ray of starlight shot out from Yixing's forehead. It turned into a huge bow of starlight and stood side by side with the black hole vortex. When the two stars were used at the same time, Yixing used all his trump cards. In an instant, he drew the bow and shot an arrow. The green sandalwood arrow carried the light of darkness and instantly shot towards the fire crystal beast's fatal spot. This arrow was enhanced by the power of the Sagittarius constellation. In terms of power, it was not inferior to the Dark Spirit Spear's ultimate move, the Dark Spirit Spear. This arrow not only contained the power of darkness, but also the power of wind. In terms of speed, it was even faster than the Dark Spirit Spear. The arrow was like a meteor and disappeared in a flash. The fire crystal beast had just noticed the arrow's existence and wanted to block it when the arrow had already hit its fatal spot. Roar! The fire crystal beast immediately fell forward onto the ground. Its vital point had been hit by the arrow. This time, the fire crystal beast had suffered a huge injury. The injury was fatal. However, the fire crystal beast's powerful vitality allowed it to crawl back up. Even though it was injured, it was unable to completely kill it in a short period of time. Whoosh! Yixing drew his bow, and another arrow shot out from the darkness. The fire crystal beast was seriously injured. Regardless of whether it was its reaction speed or its defense, it was greatly reduced. This arrow had penetrated deeply, directly piercing through its heart. With a loud boom, the fire crystal beast, which had just struggled to get up, fell to the ground again. Even though the fire crystal beast had a strong life force, it was still unable to get up after being severely injured twice in a row. Its life force was rapidly draining away. The fire crystal beast had lost its ability to resist, and the fire essence in its body was quickly drained away by the black hole astral form. Moreover, as the fire essence was drained away, the fire crystal beast's strength became weaker and weaker, and it died even faster. In about 10 breaths, the fire crystal beast was completely dead. Yixing kept the Sagittarius constellation astral form and continued to maintain the black hole astral form. He walked to the side of the fire crystal beast, opened its head, and took out the fire crystal. This fire crystal was the size of a bowl. It was of a much higher grade than the fist-sized fire crystal from before, and it contained more fire energy. Immediately, Yixing cut open the fire crystal beast's body and cut off its tender meat. This fire crystal beast weighed at least 3,000 pounds, and the tender meat on its body was more than 30 pounds. The weight of the tender meat was almost 3 times that of the small fire crystal beast from before. Yixing was naturally happy and kept it all in his storage ring. In his previous life on Earth, Yixing was a foodie who loved delicious food. After coming to the Star Continent, his interest did not change. In his opinion, The tender meat of the fire crystal beast was a priceless ingredient. Now Yixing was no longer afraid of the flames in the sea of fire. Under the devouring of the black hole astral form, the surrounding flames lost a lot of their essence and almost became ordinary flames. They were no longer a threat to Yixing. Yixing scanned the space between his eyebrows. The little flame had already condensed into a small fireball. Compared to the Sagittarius constellation astral form in the space between his eyebrows, it was very small. Obviously, as an astral form, the little flame between Yixing's eyebrows was not qualified. He had to continue absorbing the essence of the flames. Therefore, Yixing changed his plan of going along the fire-free passage. Instead, he deliberately walked in the sea of fire, using the black hole astral form to absorb the essence of the flames in the sea of fire. In this way, the fire astral form in the space between his eyebrows gradually grew stronger. Moreover, Yixing's understanding of the flames also increased. When the first day passed, Yixing's understanding of the flames had made qualitative progress. Not only could he feel the flames shrouded in darkness, but he could also feel the flames further away. Yixing had also comprehended a new worldly momentum, the fire momentum. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, these 5 attributes were the foundation of the heavens and earth. They were known as the 5 elements. These 5 worldly momentum were also the most basic worldly momentum, and were the easiest to comprehend. As long as the conditions were good, a martial sage with outstanding perception could comprehend the 5 basic worldly momentum. The black hole astral form directly devoured the essence of the flames and turned it into Yixing's comprehension. This was the best condition, and Yixing had excellent perception. Therefore, it only took him a day to comprehend the fire momentum. It could be said that when the conditions were right, success would follow naturally. There was no difficulty at all. After comprehending the fire momentum, Yixing was like a flame messenger. He was not afraid of flames. Even if there was no celestial essence defense and no black hole astral form to absorb the essence of the flames, Yixing could still walk through this sea of flames. Now, with the black hole astral form absorbing the essence of the flames, Yixing walked through the sea of flames as if he was taking a stroll in the park. There was no power or pressure at all. Although Yixing moved forward in a straight line in the sea of flames, because he had to absorb the essence of the flames, Yixing had to stop for a while every time he moved forward. It was not until he had absorbed almost all the essence of the flames around him that he continued to move forward. Therefore, after a day, Yixing's distance was not far. Perhaps, it was not as far as the distance that the other disciples had to travel in a straight line in the fire-free area. However, Yixing did not mind that his speed was slow. Being able to comprehend one more astral form was more precious than any harvest. Therefore, improving the fire astral form was the most important thing. Everything else could be put aside first. After comprehending the fire momentum, Yixing put away the black hole astral form and rested for half an hour. He had a large number of low-rank celestial crystals given to him by Lin Fenghua, which allowed him to recover his celestial essence very quickly. In half an hour, he had recovered all the celestial essence he had consumed. Moreover, after half an hour of quiet cultivation, his fatigue had also been greatly alleviated. Yixing continued on his journey. A martial sage's body was very muscular. They could go days and nights without eating or sleeping. Yixing's body was particularly strong. He had only broken through to the martial sage realm after cultivating a top-grade body, refining cultivation method to perfection. In terms of physical strength, Yixing was stronger than most martial sages. His body recovered very quickly. Therefore, half an hour of rest was more than enough. After walking for another day, he rested for half an hour before continuing on his journey. At the end of the 3rd day, Yixing found that the fire astral form in his glabella space had been fixed. No matter how much the black hole astral form absorbed the fire essence, the fire astral form remained the size of an egg. The fire essence in the sea of fire did not decrease, and the fire astral form was no longer strengthened. This could only mean one thing. The strength of the fire essence here was limited. The fire astral form formed by the fire essence could only reach its current state. The size of an egg was only the relative size of the fire astral form in the glabella space. Compared to the Sagittarius constellation astral form, and the black hole astral form. It was obviously very small. However, when Yixing released his fire celestial aspect, it turned into a mountain-sized star in the sky. This was already stronger than the ordinary celestial aspects of many martial saints. It was even comparable to Zishanho's Earth Fire Star aspect. The Earth Fire astral form was already a high-grade astral form. It could be seen that Yixing's fire astral form was actually very strong. It was just that the Sagittarius constellation astral form and the black hole astral form were too strong. Therefore, it seemed so small in comparison. Yixing put away his black hole astral avatar. Now that he had comprehended the fire force and also possessed the flame astral avatar, even if he didn't use his celestial essence to defend himself, he could still walk through the sea of flames. The flames here couldn't harm him. Therefore, he sped up and rushed through the sea of flames towards the depths of the falling star mystic territory. In 3 days, Yixing's distance was not far. He should have fallen behind the other disciples. If he was fast, he would be able to cross the Sea of Fire in 1 or 2 days. However, Yixing's current distance was only about 1/3 of the Sea of Fire. Chapter 231. Yixing had to increase his speed to catch up. With his speed, the distance he could cover in 1 day was equivalent to several days for others. Even if he was the last, Yixing still had a very high chance of being the first to pass through the Sea of Flames. Not only could one travel in a straight line through the Sea of Flames, which greatly shortened the distance, there was another benefit. The chances of encountering crystal fire beasts were higher. Both the fire crystals and the meat of the crystal fire beasts were good stuff. When Yixing encountered crystal fire beasts, he naturally did not fear them and killed all of them. In the past 3 days, aside from the 2 crystal fire beasts he encountered earlier, he encountered 5 more. Yixing obtained a total of 7 fire crystals and 50 kilograms of meat. Of the 7 fire crystals, the smallest one came from the crystal fire beast equivalent to a 3-star martial sage. The largest one came from the crystal fire beast equivalent to a 6-star martial sage. As for the other 5 crystal fire beasts, 4 were equivalent to 4-star martial sages, and 1 was equivalent to a 5-star martial sage. It could be seen that the crystal fire beasts in the Sea of Flames were equivalent to 4-star martial sages. There were more of them. On the 4th day, Yixing increased his speed. The number of crystal fire beasts he encountered in the Sea of Flames increased. In just 2 hours, Yixing encountered 2 crystal fire beasts equivalent to 4-star martial sages. Yixing killed both of them and obtained the fire crystals and meat. At this rate, Yixing would probably encounter more than 10 crystal fire beasts after walking through the Sea of Flames for the entire day. If he could kill them all, just the flame crystals and tender meat he would obtain would be a huge fortune. However, after killing the 2nd crystal fire beast, Yixing walked forward for less than a quarter of an hour before he stopped and changed his direction, heading to the right. Yixing had comprehended the power of fire and was extremely sensitive to flames. Not far to the left, Yixing sensed the aura of a special flame. The reason why it was special was because the aura of this flame was completely different from the flames in the Sea of Fire. It was purer and hotter, as if it was of a higher grade. Yixing's flame astral aspect still had room for improvement. It was just that the level of the flames in the Sea of Fire was too low. Now that Yixing had sensed a higher level of flames, he naturally had to go and take a look. If the black hole astral form could devour its fire essence and increase the strength of the fire astral form, that would be a great thing. Yixing sensed the source of the special flame after moving forward for several dozen kilometers. It was already in his line of sight. After comprehending the power of fire, the effect of fire on Yixing's eyesight was greatly reduced. Several miles in front of him, there was a mountain of fire that was several thousand meters tall. The special flame he sensed was at the peak of that mountain. However, Yixing's gaze was far away. After breaking through the layers of flames, he did not see the special flame. Instead, he saw a large number of crystal fire beasts on the mountain peak. There were several hundred crystal fire beasts. The weak ones were equivalent to 2 or 3-star martial sages, while the strong ones were equivalent to 5 or 6-star martial sages. These were only a small number, about 1/10 of the total. In particular, The crystal fire beasts that were equivalent to 2-star and 6-star martial sages were even rarer. There were only 5 of them that were equivalent to 2-star martial sages, and 3 that were equivalent to 6-star martial sages. Most of the crystal fire beasts were equivalent to 4-star martial sages, accounting for 90% of the total. If Yi Xing wanted to obtain the special flame, he would have to climb this mountain. However, once he did, he would definitely be discovered by these crystal fire beasts. In a one-on-one fight, although Yi Xing had killed crystal fire beasts equivalent to 6-star martial sages, he was definitely not a match for these several hundred crystal fire beasts. Each crystal fire beast could stomp Yi Xing into meat paste with one stomp. However, Yi Xing was unwilling to retreat just like that. What was that special flame? Why was its aura so much stronger than the other flames? Yi Xing really wanted to know. He wanted to get to the bottom of this. Furthermore, he had some suspicions in his heart. Could that flame with an extraordinary aura be a fire seed? A flame seed was the source of all flames. A flame without a source would be extinguished after its fuel was used up. A flame seed, on the other hand, did not need fuel and would never be extinguished. Every flame seed was extremely rare, and had a close relationship with the origin of all flames. It was said that any flame seed, when promoted to the peak, could become the origin of all flames. It was because of this that a flame seed was called the origin of all flames. The tender meat of the crystal fire beasts was a priceless treasure, but that was only relative. A flame seed was truly a priceless treasure that everyone wanted. If one could obtain a flame seed, it would be an unimaginable gain. In the entire Qingyan district, there were countless cultivators and more than 10 sections. However, there might not even be a single flame seed. In the Qingyan district, a flame seed was a legend. Yi Xing had comprehended the power of fire. His perception of fire was different from that of ordinary people. Although he had never seen a flame seed before, he had a strong feeling that the special flame on the mountain peak was a flame seed. Especially as he approached the mountain peak, the feeling became even stronger. First, Yi Xing could feel that the special flame was not large. If it was a certain type of flame, it should be very large. Just like the flames around Yi Xing, they were connected into a sea of fire. It was impossible for a single type of flame to only burn in a small cluster. This was not normal. Second, Yi Xing could feel that the special flame had an aura of vicissitudes. It was not like a flame that constantly burned, but more like an eternal flame seed. Whether or not it is a flame seed, I have to go up the mountain and take a look. I have to obtain this special flame. Yi Xing thought to himself. Although there were several hundred crystal fire beasts on the mountain, Yi Xing was not completely helpless. He was not only a martial artist, but also an array master. When he was still 1,000 meters away from the mountain peak, Yi Xing began to arrange the array. After comprehending the power of fire, Yi Xing turned the flame into energy, and used the flame to inscribe the array patterns. The array he arranged would not be damaged by the flame. Moreover, the power of the array would be strengthened by the flame. Yi Xing used half of his celestial essence to guide the flame and inscribe the array patterns, and the other half used low-grade celestial crystals to guide the flame. The arrangement speed was very fast. In half an hour he had arranged a coiling snake array. Yi Xing's coiling snake array had not reached the small success stage. It was more than enough to deal with a beginner martial sage. However, it was not enough to deal with a mid-level martial sage. However, if one was not enough, what about 2, 3, or even 10? If he could chain one layer after another to form a chain array, even if it was an ordinary coiling snake array, under the control of the array master, it would have the power to kill a 4-star martial sage. As long as the coiling snake array had the power to kill a 4-star martial sage, Yi Xing planned to harvest this group of crystal fire beasts. The crystal fire beasts were equivalent to 5-star or 6-star martial sages. He could completely rely on the array and his own strength to deal with them. Soon, 2 coiling snake arrays were arranged. At this time, the surrounding flames surged in one direction like waves, forming a flame tide. Yi Xing had been here for 2 hours. The flame tide contained a strong impact force. Even a 4-star martial sage would find it difficult to resist. However, it was not a threat to Yi Xing. Yi Xing could withstand the flame tide with just his celestial essence defense. Moreover, Yi Xing had the flame astral aspect and comprehended the power of fire. The power of ordinary flames could not hurt him. There was no need to defend at all. Even in the middle of the flame tide, Yi Xing continued to arrange the array. One coiling snake array after another was successfully arranged by Yi Xing. When the fourth flame tide passed, Yi Xing had already arranged 8 coiling snake arrays. The 8 coiling snake arrays were connected head to tail. The arrays were layered one after another. With Yi Xing, the array master, the power of the array was at its strongest state. Killing a 4-star martial sage would be a piece of cake. After doing all this, Yi Xing adjusted his breath for a while, and restored his celestial essence to the peak. Then he began to attack the crystal fire beasts on the mountain peak. He stood in the array, 1,000 meters away from the mountain peak. He was also a few thousand meters away from the crystal fire beasts on the mountain peak. This distance was not far compared to the range of his bow and arrow. 2 rays of starlight shot out from Yi Xing's glabella. One turned into a dark vortex, and the other turned into a starry arrow. The surroundings were suddenly shrouded in darkness. Whoosh! 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 Yi Xing took out 3 blue sandalwood arrows and shot them at the same time. The arrows, which contained the power of the Sagittarius constellation, the power of wind, the power of darkness, and the power of fire, instantly left the bowstring and shot toward a 6-star crystal fire beast. A 6-star crystal fire beast was not easy to deal with, especially when there were 3 of them. Yi Xing would have a hard time dealing with them. Therefore, taking advantage of the sneak attack, Yi Xing wanted to get rid of the strongest crystal fire beast first. After being attacked by Yi Xing, the crystal fire beast instantly fell into darkness. It felt as if the world had turned dark. At this time, 3 arrows were shot at 3 of its vital points. The crystal fire beast was suddenly attacked. Before it could react, 3 of its vital points were hit by the arrows. It immediately let out a shrill scream and fell to the ground, twitching. This crystal fire beast was one of the 3 strongest crystal fire beasts. When it was suddenly ambushed and shot by an arrow, it was fatally wounded. This gave the other crystal fire beasts a fright. Some of the crystal fire beasts were so frightened that they scattered. Only the other 2 strongest crystal fire beasts were slightly calmer. However, they also revealed expressions of fear. They immediately looked in Yi Xing's direction. This result was out of Yi Xing's expectations. Yi Xing thought that after killing one of the crystal fire beasts, the other crystal fire beasts would swarm toward him. He did not expect that after killing the strongest crystal fire beast, the other crystal fire beasts would be intimidated. A portion of them even fled. Nearly a third of the crystal fire beasts fled. There were a total of 150 to 60 crystal fire beasts. With so many crystal fire beasts fleeing, the pressure on Yi Xing lessened by a lot. These several hundred crystal fire beasts were not a complete group. In fact, they were made up of 3 small groups. Each crystal fire beast was equivalent to a 6-star martial saint, and was the leader of a small group. Yi Xing had killed a crystal fire beast that was equivalent to a 6-star martial saint, which meant that he had killed a leader. With the leader killed, the group of crystal fire beasts that the crystal fire beast ruled over was naturally frightened and scattered. Roar, roar. In the blink of an eye, the other 2 strongest crystal fire beasts roared. They had discovered Yi Xing's position, and ordered the group of crystal fire beasts to attack Yi Xing. Chapter 232. At the same time, the 2 leaders hid behind the other crystal fire beasts to guard against Yi Xing's hidden arrows. Rumble. Apart from the dozen or so crystal fire beasts that stayed behind to guard the 2 leaders, the remaining 300 or so crystal fire beasts rushed down the mountain at the same time. Diving toward Yi Xing took out 3 blue sandalwood arrows again. Using 2 kinds of astrology at the same time, 3 kinds of worldly momentum were added to the arrows at the same time, and they were instantly shot out. Whoosh! 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 The 3 arrows were shot at 3 crystal fire beasts that were equivalent to 5-star martial sages. Whoever Yi Xing attacked would be affected by the black hole astrology, and fall into a world of darkness. The 3 crystal fire beasts that were equivalent to 5-star martial sages fell into darkness in an instant. The sudden change made them suddenly panic. At this time, the 3 arrows pierced through the air like flowing lights. Naturally, they did not have time to dodge, and were all hit in their vital points. In an instant, the 3 crystal fire beasts that were equivalent to 5-star martial sages screamed at the same time, and fell to the ground. Although they had strong vitality and would not die immediately, their vital points had been seriously injured. It was a fatal injury. They would not live for long. Moreover, they did not have the strength to fight anymore. The crystal fire beasts were extremely fast. After Yi Xing had killed 3 of them, the group of crystal fire beasts had already rushed down the mountain for more than 1,000 meters. At this speed, the group of crystal fire beasts would reach Yi Xing in a dozen breaths at most. Yi Xing took a deep breath. Circulating his star essence, he continued to shoot the crystal fire beasts that were equivalent to 5-star martial sages in the group of crystal fire beasts. The 8-layered coiling snake array could kill 4-star martial sages, but it could not kill 5-star martial sages. 5-star martial sages had great destructive power against the coiling snake array. Therefore, Yi Xing wanted to kill as many crystal fire beasts that were equivalent to 5-star martial sages as possible to prevent them from destroying the array. Without the array, more than 300 crystal fire beasts that were equivalent to 4-star martial sages would rush up and trample Yi Xing into meat paste. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Every time Yi Xing was fully focused. Whether it was celestial essence, heaven and earth's grand momentum, or celestial image's power, everything was pushed to the limit to launch the strongest and sharpest attack. In such a state, the crystal fire beasts, which were equivalent to 5-star martial saints, naturally fell to Yi Xing's arrows one after another. Every one of them was hit in a vital spot, suffering fatal injuries. Originally, there were only 10-odd crystal fire beasts equivalent to 5-star martial sages. When Yi Xing fired 3 arrows, he attacked 3 crystal fire beasts at once. After a few rounds, the crystal fire beasts equivalent to 5-star martial sages all fell while charging. Although they had strong vitality and did not die instantly, death was only a matter of time. After falling to the ground, it was difficult for them to get up again. Roar, 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 roar. With 2 crystal fire beast leaders commanding them. Even though Yi Xing had killed many powerful crystal fire beasts, the other crystal fire beasts were not afraid. They roared and charged at Yi Xing kill. Yi Xing put away the spirit pattern bow. Looking at more than 300 crystal fire beasts charging at him, he pushed his hands forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 giant flame serpents more than 10 feet long rushed out of each coiling snake formation. There were a total of 24 of them. 24 giant flame serpents rushed out at the same time. The momentum was so great that it made all the crystal fire beasts pause, and their hearts tremble. The giant flame serpents danced in the air like dragons soaring to the 9 heavens. They made crackling sounds and their power shook the sky. The fire crystal fire beasts only paused for a blink of an eye before they rushed over again. Under the command of their leaders, they had no choice but to advance. Moreover, the crystal fire beasts were fire-type demonic beasts and were least afraid of fire. Therefore, although the giant flame serpents were powerful, the crystal fire beasts were only shocked for a moment, and were no longer afraid. Boom, 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 boom. A large number of crystal fire beasts collided with the 24 giant flame serpents. Even more crystal fire beasts rushed directly into the barrier of the coiling snake formation. The crystal fire beasts that collided with the giant flame serpents immediately let out shrill screams. The power of the coiling snake formation was not only the power of fire, but also the power of the formation. It was only because it was set up in a land of fire, and Yi Xing had set it up with fire-type patterns that the formation integrated the power of fire from the surrounding environment. Even without the power of fire, the power of the coiling snake formation chain was still terrifying. It was enough to kill a 4-star martial saint. Some of the crystal fire beasts were forced to retreat by the giant flame serpents. Among them, more than 20 of them were directly sent flying dozens of meters away. Blood flowed out of their mouths and noses. They got up and rushed a few steps before falling to the ground again. They had already suffered serious injuries. Under the control of the formation master, the full power of the 8-layered coiling snake formation chain was very powerful. The crystal fire beasts that collided with it were of course seriously injured in an instant. However, there were too many crystal fire beasts. When they swarmed together, their attack power was also very frightening. With a cracking sound, one of the coiling snake formation chains was instantly destroyed by the crystal fire beasts in the first wave of attacks. The 8-layered coiling snake formation chain became a 7-layered coiling snake formation chain. In the blink of an eye, the second wave of attacks from the crystal fire beasts came like a storm. Yixing waved his hand. This time, 21 giant flame serpents rushed out of the coiling snake formation chain. Although they were still powerful, they were still slightly weaker than the 24 giant flame serpents. In a coiling snake formation chain, each additional layer would increase its power. The 7-layered coiling snake formation chain was obviously not comparable to the 8-layered coiling snake formation chain. However, it still had no problem killing a 4-star martial saint. In the fierce collision, many more crystal fire beasts were injured. About 20 of them were seriously injured and were directly sent flying. At the same time, another coiling snake formation chain was destroyed. If there were less than 4 coiling snake formations chain, the threat to 4-star martial saints would be greatly reduced. Now there were only 6 coiling snake formations chain left. If this continued, 2 more of the coiling snake formations chain would be destroyed, and they would not be able to kill 4-star martial saints. Even if he could still injure 40 crystal fire beasts, there were still a lot of uninjured crystal fire beasts. There were as many as 200 of them. Yixing still could not defeat them. Not to mention, there were still 2 crystal fire beast leaders on the mountain peak, who were equivalent to a 6-star martial saint. There were also more than 10 crystal fire beast guards beside them. If he wanted to defeat these crystal fire beasts, he had to protect the formation. The purple plume spear instantly appeared in Yixing's hand. Yixing began to attack the crystal fire beasts that were attacking the formation at close range. Undercurrents surged. A flash of light. Dark Spirit Spear. Yixing performed the Dark Spirit Spear art one move after another. Any crystal fire beast that was attacked by him fell into the dark world of the black hole astral facade. They felt that everything around them was pitch black, and they were terrified. Yixing attacked the crystal fire beasts that were charging at the very front. Since they were trapped in the dark world, they naturally could not continue to attack the formation. As for the crystal fire beasts at the back, because of the crystal fire beasts at the front, they could not attack the formation. As a result, the number of attacks that the coiling snake formation chain received was greatly reduced. Only a portion of the crystal fire beasts attacked the formation's barrier. The 6 coiling snake formations were connected to each other. The attacks that they received were unable to break through any of the coiling snake formations. Instead, it was the crystal fire beasts that were trapped in the dark world that received Yixing's fatal attacks. Every thrust of Yixing's spear contained the power of 3 heavens and earth. Coupled with his small success in the Dark Spirit Spear art, the might of his spear was astonishing. Against the crystal fire beasts that were equivalent to 4-star martial sages, he was able to kill them with a single thrust. With the coiling snake formation chain behind him, Yixing had nothing to worry about. He only needed to face the crystal fire beasts at the front. Coupled with the dark shroud of the black hole astral facade, Yixing fought with the crystal fire beasts at the edge of the formation. It was almost as if he was in an unstoppable state. The lives of the crystal fire beasts were taken by him one after another. Yixing's sense of darkness was his sense of touch. He could sense everything around him. When he was faced with too many attacks, he would retreat into the coiling snake formation chain. Most of the time, his spear was like a dragon. Every thrust of his spear took the life of a crystal fire beast. The crystal fire beasts were terrified, and their corpses were everywhere. Not long after, a large number of crystal fire beasts' corpses were piled up outside the coiling snake formation chain like a wall of flesh. When more than half of the crystal fire beasts were killed, the rest of the crystal fire beasts were finally frightened and retreated. On the mountain peak, the 2 crystal fire beast leaders roared angrily and rushed towards Yixing. Yixing took out the spirit pattern bow again. Blue sandalwood arrow. Essence Chi and Soul as one. His aura, celestial essence, and the power of the astral facade were added to the arrow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows were shot at the same time. The arrows were like meteors, piercing through the sky. One of the crystal fire beast leaders fell to the ground in the blink of an eye. Trapped in the world of darkness, it could not guard against the sudden burst of arrows that were as fast as meteors. Yixing had shot the bow continuously before. Later he fought with the crystal fire beasts and killed hundreds of them. Now he had once again unleashed his strength to the limit and shot the crystal fire beast leader. Yixing's celestial essence was almost exhausted. His body was also extremely tired, and his condition was greatly reduced. At this time he could no longer shoot the same killing arrow as before. Even his close combat strength was greatly reduced. The remaining crystal fire beast leader was a huge threat to him. However, things did not develop as Yixing expected. The remaining crystal fire beast leader did not continue to rush towards him. Instead, it was scared out of its wits by Yixing's arrow. It immediately turned around and ran towards the back of the mountain peak. The first crystal fire beast leader had been killed, so it was already afraid. Now that the second crystal fire beast leader had died under Yixing's arrow, it certainly did not dare to attack Yixing again. It was deeply afraid of Yixing's archery. What it did not know was that Yixing could no longer kill it. With one crystal fire beast leader dead, and another crystal fire beast leader running away, the remaining 100 or so crystal fire beasts did not dare to stay. They all ran away with the last crystal fire beast leader. Soon, they crossed the mountain peak and disappeared from Yixing's sight. When all the crystal fire beasts disappeared, Yixing returned to the array formation and sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. He quickly took out low-rank star crystals and adjusted his breathing to restore his celestial essence. At the same time, he also withdrew his astrology and calmed his mind. 4 more chapters for today. Today's monthly votes are very poor. Brothers, it's not easy to get 4 chapters a day. Please give me some monthly votes to support me. I need a breath to write. Your support is the most important. Chapter 233. This time, it took Yixing more than half an hour to fully restore his celestial essence. At the same time, he also recovered 80 to 90% of his spirit force. The crystal fire beasts that had been fatally injured were all dead. There were more than 100 crystal fire beasts' corpses nearby. Among them, there were 2 crystal fire beasts that were equivalent to 6-star martial saints, close to 20 crystal fire beasts that were equivalent to 5-star martial saints, over 100 crystal fire beasts that were equivalent to 4-star martial saints, and crystal fire beasts that were equivalent to 2-star and 3-star martial saints. The number of crystal fire beasts' corpses alone was a huge harvest, not to mention the special flame on the mountain peak. Especially for Yixing, who liked the best ingredients. More than 100 crystal fire beasts meant that he would have to collect at least 500 kilograms of crystal fire beast meat, or even 2,000 kilograms. This was a priceless treasure. A low-grade storage ring couldn't possibly hold so many things, but Yixing had quite a few storage rings on him, so he could store the crystal fire beast's meat in different storage rings. Not to mention 5 or 6,000 kilograms, he could even store 5 or 6,000 kilograms. Yixing wasn't in a hurry to collect the crystal fire beast's corpses. Instead, he climbed the mountain peak in front of him and came to the special flame he sensed. There was a lake about 10 feet wide at the top of the mountain. The liquid in the lake wasn't water, but fire lava. The special flame was in the fire lava. Yixing activated his superbrain and scanned it. His gaze penetrated the fire lava and directly saw the special flame he sensed. It was a very small flame, only the size of a green bean. However, the flame was very bright, like a star. Yixing used the black hole astrology. A black hole vortex appeared and absorbed the essence of the flame from all directions. Yixing paid attention to the changes in the special flame. As a result, the black hole vortex absorbed less and less of the essence of the fire lava, but the special flame didn't change at all. On the contrary, as the flame essence in the lava decreased, it seemed that the special flame that was the size of a mung bean was spitting out more flame essence to maintain the heat of the lava around it. This result allowed Yixing to conclude that this special flame was not a flame, but a fire seed. The fire seed would never be extinguished. Only the fire seed could continuously produce fire essence. No matter how much fire essence the black hole absorbed, the fire seed would not change. Although Yixing had long guessed that the special flame he sensed might be a fire seed, now that it was confirmed, he was still overjoyed. In the Qingyun region, the fire seed was a legend. Such a legendary treasure was right in front of him at this moment. Of course, Yixing was very happy. If Yixing could walk through fire after comprehending the fire force, then he could be considered a messenger of fire. Then, with the fire spark, he could control all the flames in this world. He was simply a god of fire. Of course, the prerequisite was that the fire seed's grade was high enough. There were strong and weak flames, and if the flame's strength exceeded the fire seed would naturally not be able to control it. However, the grade of a fire seed could be increased. Furthermore, any fire seed, when raised to the limit, could transform into a fire source. Therefore, when a fire seed was raised to a certain grade, it was not a lie to say that it could control all the flames in the world. In the Qingyun region, the fire seed was a legend. How to refine the fire seed was naturally a legend as well. Yixing had no idea. Even in the entire meteor sect, no one knew. Just as Yixing was worrying about how to refine the fire seed into his own, the fire seed automatically rose from the lava and flew towards the black hole vortex in the sky. Yixing was surprised. He could sense everything in the darkness and knew very well that the fire seed was not voluntarily absorbed by the black hole vortex. Clearly, the fire seed flew towards the black hole vortex on its own volition. In other words, the fire seed had spirituality. Soon the fire seed flew into the black hole vortex and disappeared. At the same time, there was something extra in Yixing's body. In the center of his Dantian's black hole vortex, there was an extra light. It was as small as a green bean and as bright as a star. It was the fire seed that had flown into the black hole vortex. This fire seed actually took the initiative to come to me. Is it because of the black hole astrology? Yixing was surprised. He was very excited about such a good thing. I don't even know how to refine the fire seed for my own use. It actually came in on its own. It seems that my luck is on its side. It really can't be stopped. In the Dantian star vortex, there was an extra fire seed. Yixing's sense of fire immediately went up a level, and he had a deeper understanding of it. The surrounding flames were like his sense of touch. He could clearly sense everything in the flames, just like in the dark world. The ability to sense things in the dark world was given by the black hole astrology, and the ability to sense things in the fire world was given by the fire seed. It could be seen that the fire seed was almost comparable to the black hole astrology in some aspects. Yixing felt the fire seed in his Dantian star vortex. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding flames danced like snakes and condensed into a bunch that fell on Yixing's fingertips. They changed into various shapes according to Yixing's will. The flames around the fire seed were naturally born from the fire seed. Their grade was lower than the fire seeds, so Yixing could control the surrounding flames at will. In this place, Yixing was simply the god of fire. To him, flames were like his sense of touch. They were a part of his body. The flames here couldn't hurt him no matter what. He was completely immune to even the tide of flames. This trip to the fallen star secret territory is really a great harvest. A large amount of fire crystals, a large amount of crystal fire beast meat, a third astrology, and a fire seed. And these are only from the fire sea. There are still the desert, the ice mountain, and the star palace. This is the real treasure land. When the other disciples passed through the fire sea, they blindly pursued speed. They were afraid of staying in the fire sea for even a second. No one thought that there would be treasures in the fire sea. And they are truly priceless treasures. Speaking of which, I still have to sense the crystal fire beast that was chasing me. If it weren't for it, how could I use the black hole astrology in the fire sea? If I didn't use the black hole astrology, I wouldn't have gained so much. Whether it's the third astrology or the fire seed, they are all directly related to the black hole astrology. Yixing thought to himself. He was indeed very grateful to the big crystal fire beast that was chasing him. This fire seed, what should I call it? Although it's small, it's bright like a shining star. Let's call it Star. Yixing thought for a moment and came up with a name for the fire seed. The fallen star secret realm was originally on a star that fell from the sky. The fire seed in the fallen star secret realm should have a very close relationship with the star. Calling it star is very appropriate. Yixing waved his hand, and all the fire seed scattered. He stepped on the fire and walked down the mountain. Now that he had the fire seed, it was time to harvest the corpses of the crystal fire beasts. One fire crystal after another was dug out by Yixing. There were a total of 157 fire crystals. Yixing didn't let go of any of the crystal fire beasts' meat. The total weight of the meat was more than 1,000 kilograms. There was no flow of time in the storage ring, so items could be kept fresh forever. With so much crystal fire beast meat, Yixing could enjoy it for a very, very long time. By the time he was done, 2 hours had passed. Yixing had experienced another fire tide. Each fire tide was more intense than the last, but Yixing was completely immune to the power of the fire tide. It posed no threat to him. After he was done, Yixing roasted a portion of the crystal fire beast's meat. Looking at the shiny golden roasted meat, Yixing's appetite was aroused. He ate to his heart's content and rested for an hour before continuing on. Although he was delayed by another day, Yixing was now like a god in the fire sea. Walking on the fire, his speed was doubled. On the 5th day, Yixing only used half a day to completely walk out of the fire sea. On the 5th day he walked out of the fire sea. Although he wasn't the fastest, he wasn't the slowest. There weren't many people who had walked out earlier than Yixing. Most of them hadn't made it out of the fire sea yet. Some of them had even walked for an entire day. Yixing stood at the edge of the fire sea. In front of him was an endless desert. He looked into the distance for dozens of miles, but he didn't see any traces of other disciples. Yixing didn't wait here. He continued on, stepping into the desert alone. In the storage ring, there were rations and water that had been prepared beforehand. In the fire sea, Yixing had obtained a large amount of crystal fire beast meat, enough for him to eat for half a year. As for this desert, it would only take 4 or 5 days to pass through. Yixing didn't feel any pressure at all. In the fire sea, the number one enemy was fire. The crystal fire beast was only a secondary enemy. In the desert, the number one enemy was the desert scorpion. The desert scorpion was a type of demonic beast that lived in groups. There were far more of them than the crystal fire beast. A group of desert scorpion would number in the thousands, and could even number in the tens of thousands. In fact, there could be even more. Therefore, in the desert, the only way to encounter a desert scorpion was to avoid them. The desert scorpion moved in groups and could be discovered from far away. Once discovered, one would have to take a detour. The desert scorpion's range of vision was limited. As long as one was more than 3,000 meters away from them, they wouldn't be able to discover them. Yixing's eyesight was far superior to that of ordinary people. Especially when he looked into the distance, his eyesight was 10 times better than other martial sages. He could discover the desert scorpion from far away. Yixing took a detour and was unharmed. Because of his excellent eyesight, Yixing discovered the desert scorpion very early. He moved faster and faster in the desert. When he used the heavenly bat steps, he could only see an afterimage. With Yixing's speed, it would take others 4 or 5 days to pass through the desert at the fastest speed. He might only need 3 or so days to pass through the desert. However, on Yixing's second day in the desert, something unexpected happened. Rustling sounds came from all directions. Desert scorpion after desert scorpion appeared on the sand dunes around him. Yixing activated his super brain and discovered that there were caves under the sand dunes. The desert scorpion inside the caves were densely packed. They all crawled out of the sand and appeared on the sand dunes. Second update. Begging for votes. Chapter 234. The sand in the desert flowed frequently. The entrance of the cave that the desert scorpions dug out was quickly covered by sand. This was the nest of a group of desert scorpions. Yixing had been running through the desert and had accidentally barged in. There was a large number of desert scorpions below the sand dunes. Yixing's scanning range was limited, so he could not explore the end. He did not know how many desert scorpions there were. There were entrances to the nest of desert scorpions in all directions. Most of the entrances were covered by sand, but a small number were still exposed. However, Yixing could not see them from the direction he had come from. Now that he turned around, he discovered a few. Yixing frowned. Desert scorpions had appeared on the sand dunes within a radius of 10 li around him. There was a shocking number of desert scorpions in the nest that he had barged into. Yixing's initial estimate was that there were more than 100,000 desert scorpions. With more than 100,000 desert scorpions, it was a super large group of desert scorpions. In such an encirclement, even a marquis martial sage would die. Desert scorpions were Class 1 demonic beasts. Their individual combat strength was not strong, about the same as a cultivator in the late stage of the star-tempering realm. Even a half-step martial sage could kill 10 desert scorpions by himself. However, if the number of desert venomous scorpions reached 1,000, or even a martial sage, not to mention a half-martial sage, would only have death waiting for them. Desert scorpions were a huge scourge in the desert region. Every time the Fallen Star secret realm opened, the core disciples who entered would have to face them. They would have to take a detour when they saw them. Hundreds of years ago, the elders of the Fallen Star sect had done research on desert scorpions. As long as there were more than 1,000 desert scorpions, there would be a poisonous scorpion king. Ordinary desert scorpions were Class 1 demonic beasts. Poisonous scorpion kings were Class 2 demonic beasts, equivalent to martial sages. The more desert scorpions there were, the more poisonous scorpion kings there would be. Furthermore, the strongest poisonous scorpion king would be more powerful. If there were more than 100,000 desert scorpions, there would be a poisonous scorpion king that was equivalent to an intermediate martial sage. Countless ordinary desert scorpions were already scary enough. If there was a poisonous scorpion king that was equivalent to a martial sage, it would be fatal to a cultivator. Even a noble would not be able to fight against such a group of poisonous scorpions. In a one-on-one fight, it would be easy for Wang Ho to kill the poisonous scorpion king, which was equivalent to a mid-level martial sage. However, in a group of 100,000 poisonous scorpions, it was already extremely difficult for Wang Ho to deal with the endless attacks of ordinary poisonous scorpions. Now that a poisonous scorpion king, which was equivalent to a mid-level martial sage, appeared, it was enough to kill Wang Ho. From this, it could be seen that Yixing had fallen into a dangerous situation. Furthermore, it was an extremely dangerous situation. The sand dunes within a radius of 10 miles were filled with desert scorpions. Yixing couldn't rush out in a short time. Because of this, his brows were tightly furrowed. The purple feather spear appeared in his hand as he frowned. The only thing he could do now was to kill his way out. Compared to other martial sages, Yixing had a great advantage. In the black hole astrology, he could sense everything in the darkness. In this way, even if the attacks came from all directions, he would be clear and able to deal with them with ease. This was something that even a martial sage of the noble realm could not do. When a group of poisonous scorpions swarmed in from all directions, even a martial sage would be unable to take care of all directions. However, Yixing could do it. It's said that when you encounter a group of desert scorpions, you have to stay far away and take a detour. This may not apply to me. In the black hole astrology, group attacks are not a threat to me. The real threat to me should be a single strong individual, not a group of weak people. Yixing thought to himself. Before he was surrounded by the desert scorpions, Yixing had never thought of fighting them. What he agreed with was the experience passed down by the Falling Star sect. Take a detour. However, now that he was surrounded by the desert scorpions, Yixing thought carefully and realized that with his condition, he should not be afraid of being besieged by the desert scorpions. His furrowed brows relaxed at this moment. More and more desert scorpions gathered around Yixing, surrounding him in the center. Moreover, they were gradually closing in on Yixing. This was a super large group of poisonous scorpions. There were many poisonous scorpion kings among them. They were mixed in the dense group of poisonous scorpions, and each of them had thousands of ordinary poisonous scorpions under their command that obeyed their orders. For Yixing, a human warrior who had intruded into their territory, the poisonous scorpion kings naturally did not hesitate to give the order to surround and kill him. Yixing tightened his grip on the spear. A terrifying aura burst out, and a streak of starlight rushed out from between his eyebrows. This starlight was as black as ink. It rushed into the sky and turned into a black hole vortex. Darkness shrouded all directions. Yi Xing was like a god in the darkness. In all directions, within a radius of a few miles, all movements were within Yi Xing's perception. Moreover, the closer he was, the clearer and more precise his perception became. Da-da-da-da. The poisonous Scorpion King gave the order. A large number of desert scorpions opened and closed their large pincers. Da-da-da sounds rang out as they rushed towards Yi Xing. The two large pincers of the scorpions were incomparably sturdy, like steel or iron. Especially the poisonous Scorpion King's pincers. They were like spirit weapons. Breaking gold and splitting stone was not a problem. Undercurrent surging. A flash of light. Dark spirit spear. Dark spear curtain. In the next moment, Yi Xing moved. He was as fast as lightning as he executed the dark spirit spear art. The purple feather spear in Yi Xing's hand was like a large black dragon. It carried a dark spear light as it danced in all directions. Every move that Yi Xing unleashed contained a terrifying amount of power, and the desert scorpions were all killed one after another. Undercurrent surging. The desert scorpions in front of Yi Xing formed a fan-shaped area, and a large number of them died. A flash of light. The desert scorpions in front of Yi Xing were instantly killed, and a straight path of dozens of feet was formed. Dark spirit spear. This was a killing move. The desert scorpions in front of Yi Xing were all killed. Dark spear curtain. The defensive spear move was impenetrable from all directions. Yi Xing's full strength was comparable to a 6-star martial saint. Under the black hole astrology, Yi Xing's brain was like a radar. He was clear of all movements within a radius of a few miles. There was no blind spot at all. Therefore, killing these desert scorpions was as easy as mowing grass. The most important thing was Yi Xing's strong perception in the dark. This was the effect of the black hole astrology. This allowed Yi Xing to be unafraid of being besieged. No matter where the desert scorpions attacked from, or how many of them there were, Yi Xing was clear of them. He was also very strong. The desert scorpions were extremely terrifying to other martial artists. Yi Xing was trapped in a group of desert scorpions. He was like a tiger in a flock of sheep, unleashing a massacre. No desert scorpions could block Yi Xing's spear. Even the Scorpion King, who was equivalent to a beginner martial saint, was hit by Yi Xing's group attack. However, there were too many desert scorpions. Although Yi Xing killed them quickly, compared to the total number of desert scorpions, the ones that Yi Xing killed were obviously nothing. No matter how fast Yi Xing killed the desert scorpions, there were always endless desert scorpions swarming towards him from all directions. The desert scorpions had low intelligence and did not know fear at all. They would not stop until they killed every single one of them. Whoosh 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 whoosh. All of a sudden, countless sounds of air being torn apart could be heard. Yi Xing sensed his surroundings in the darkness, so he knew these sounds very well. They were the stingers of countless poisonous scorpions, shooting out from their tails. The stingers were poisonous. The poison of an ordinary scorpion could kill an ordinary martial artist. The poison of the Scorpion King was very effective against a martial saint. This was the most frightening part of the desert scorpions. The densely packed stingers shot towards him from all directions. Even a noble could not block them. Although these stingers could not kill a noble, their strength would be greatly reduced if they were hit by the stingers. In the end, they would be drowned by the desert scorpions and eaten until not even their bones were left. Dark spear screen. Even though he could feel the stingers shooting towards him from all directions, Yi Xing's heart couldn't help but tighten. He used a defensive spear technique to defend himself from the stingers, making sure that his defense was impenetrable. Ding, ding, ding. Countless crisp sounds rang out continuously. In the blink of an eye, countless stingers that were as hard as steel were blocked by the dark spear screen and bounced off. However, Yi Xing still felt a stinging pain on his back. Even though the dark spear screen was watertight, there were too many stingers shooting towards him. Furthermore, the stingers were thin and could penetrate through any opening. As long as there was a slight opening in his defense, the stingers would naturally pass through the dark spear screen and hit Yi Xing's body. This surprised Yi Xing. After feeling the stinging pain on his back, it quickly turned into numbness. This poison was not fatal, but the key was that it would cause his muscles to stiffen and become paralyzed. As a result, his speed would be reduced, and he would eventually be killed and eaten by the desert scorpions. Yixing operated his celestial essence and forced the stingers out in an instant. Then, he launched a series of crazy attacks, killing a large number of desert scorpions in all directions. After gaining a little time, he quickly took out a spirit cleansing pill and swallowed it. The spirit cleansing pill was a spirit-level detoxification pill. After Yixing swallowed it, he felt the scorpion poison in his body quickly dissolving and his back returning to normal. This made Yixing feel lucky. If he did not have the detoxification spirit pill, he would have died under the jaws of these desert scorpions. The effects of the spirit cleansing pill would last for a long time. During this time, Yixing would not be afraid of the scorpion poison, and would attack the desert scorpions even more fiercely. Yixing kept using the dark spirit spear art to kill the desert scorpions, while using the heavenly bat steps to move. Suddenly, his heart was moved. These desert scorpions are coming in waves. They don't know what death is. In a short time it is impossible to kill them all. This will be a long battle. The effect of practicing martial arts in actual combat is the best. This should be a great opportunity for me to improve my attainments in the dark spirit spear art and the heavenly bat steps. As Yixing thought about it, he felt a little happy about being surrounded by the desert scorpions. The dark spirit spear art and the heavenly bat steps were both middle-grade spirit martial arts, and were very difficult to cultivate. Especially the dark spirit spear art, after reaching the small accomplishment, it would be almost impossible to improve his attainments by cultivating alone. Chapter 235. During a battle, when one's spirit was highly strained, it was the best time to hone one's martial arts. Moreover, Yixing now used the black hole astrology, which gave him the best conditions to cultivate the dark spirit spear art. With the best conditions and the best time to cultivate, one would naturally obtain the best results. Whether it was the dark spirit spear art or the heavenly bat steps, both had great benefits. When the poison tail needles could not threaten Yixing, the desert scorpions no longer posed any threat to Yixing. Yixing just had to consume his celestial essence and energy to fight them. If he did not gain anything, this battle would become an irritating one. Because the desert scorpions did not have any valuable treasures on them, killing them would not be of any use. However, if one regarded this battle as a process of cultivating martial arts, then the feeling would be completely different. The more Yixing fought, the braver he became. The more he fought, the happier he felt. Yixing had a lot of celestial essence and a lot of stamina. After fighting with the desert scorpions for half a day, he finally felt his strength running out. He had consumed too much celestial essence, and even his spirit started to feel tired. After killing for half a day, Yixing had killed at least tens of thousands of desert scorpions. Corpses littered the ground. However, Yixing felt that the desert scorpions around him did not seem to have reduced. They were still densely packed, giving people the feeling that they were endless. Yixing wanted to kill them all in one go, but it was impossible. He had to rest to recover his celestial essence and energy. Dark Spirit Spear. Dark Spirit Spear. Dark Spirit Spear. Yixing changed his direction and used the Dark Spirit Spear 3 times in a row, killing all the desert scorpions within a radius of several dozen feet. After using 3 killing techniques in a row, Yixing could not help but gasp for breath. However, he quickly brought out an array disc. In an instant, an array formation light shield, with Yixing as the center, covered a radius of several dozen feet, separating him from the desert scorpions. This was the array disc given by Lin Fenghua, which contained the Grand Completion Copper Wall Array. Even the Copper Wall formation could not withstand the endless attacks of the desert scorpions forever. However, it could withstand them for 4 hours without any problem. In less than an hour, Yixing recovered his celestial essence and energy. Since the array disc on the copper wall was still intact, Yixing put away the array disc and left it for the next time. As soon as the light shield disappeared, the endless desert scorpions charged towards Yixing again. The purple feather spear shone brightly like a black dragon as it soared into the sky and attacked in all directions. Another massacre began. In an instant, Yixing was surrounded by the broken limbs and remains of the desert scorpions. After another half a day of killing, another tens of thousands of desert scorpions died under Yixing's purple feather spear. Yixing used the heavenly bat steps and the dark spirit spear art at the same time. After a day of fighting, the desert scorpions' corpses stretched for more than 10 miles. During this time, Yixing was attacked by the stingers of the desert scorpions many times. The spirit cleansing pill could only last for about half a day. When the effect of the pill passed, Yixing was hit again and had to take a second spirit cleansing pill to detoxify the poison in his body. In the two massacres, Yixing had killed more than 100,000 desert poisonous scorpions. Moreover, he had killed more than 100 poisonous scorpion kings in the battle. Among them, there were several poisonous scorpion kings whose strength was equivalent to that of a 3-star martial sage. Among the 100,000 scorpions, there was a poisonous scorpion king equivalent to an intermediate martial sage. Obviously, the highest leader of this group of poisonous scorpion kings was still alive. Moreover, there were still many desert scorpions around, but they were much fewer than before. There were only about 20 to 30,000 of them left. Yixing still felt that his strength was not enough to kill all the remaining desert scorpions in one go. Therefore, after half a day of fighting, Yixing once again used the copper wall array disc to separate the scorpions and recover his star essence and energy for the second time. After a day of fierce fighting, Yixing clearly felt that his attainment in the dark spirit spear art had greatly improved. When he used the dark spirit spear art, it had more Dao connotation, and its power was getting stronger. However, there was still no qualitative breakthrough. It was still improving in the small success realm. There was a very long distance between the small success realm and the great success realm. Only by breaking through to the great success realm would the power have a qualitative breakthrough and increase exponentially. However, Yixing believed that one day sooner or later his dark spirit spear art would reach the great success realm. The great success realm of the middle spirit martial art was extremely rare, even among the noble martial artists. Only then could the true power of the dark spirit spear art be displayed. As for the heavenly bat steps, although the improvement was not as great as the dark spirit spear art, there was still great progress. The gap between entry and small success was not as big as the gap between small success and large success. The heavenly bat steps had already reached its limit at entry level. He was only half a step away from breaking through to small success. In a short while, the small success of the heavenly bat steps was inevitable. The heavenly bat steps was a movement technique created based on the bat demonic beast. Bats were dark demonic beasts. Therefore, Yixing's cultivation of the heavenly bat steps should also have a bonus effect under the black hole star avatar. Therefore, it was reasonable for his attainment in the heavenly bat steps to improve so quickly. When he recovered his star essence and energy, it was already the second day of the battle with the scorpions. Another massacre had begun. After about an hour, Yixing's speed had suddenly increased by a large margin. He shuttled through the group of poisonous scorpions, leaving behind afterimages. His speed had reached a level where even the desert scorpions, and even the poisonous scorpion king could not react in time. The small success realm of the heavenly bat steps had also merged with the wind force. His speed was so fast that he could no longer be considered the best among the intermediate martial saints. Even among the noble martial artists he was outstanding. As he sped up, Yixing killed the desert scorpions even faster. At this rate, he would be able to kill all the desert scorpions in a little more than 2 hours. The day before, when Yixing was fighting with the desert scorpions, not a single core disciple came. But now there were 2 core disciples who had come to this area. The 2 core disciples, one male and one female, did not see the battle between Yixing and the desert scorpions at first. Instead, they saw the corpses of the desert scorpions all over the ground. So many corpses of the desert scorpions. Senior sister, is someone hunting the desert scorpions? The male core disciple asked the female core disciple beside him with a face full of shock when he saw the desert scorpions all over the ground. This female core disciple was beautiful and had skin as white as snow. She was one of the falling star's twin beauties, He Hongjiao. The male core disciple's name was Yang Zhixiong. His cultivation was slightly weaker than He Hongjiao's. However, he was still a 5-star martial saint, and did not enter the top 10 of the core disciples. He Hongjiao came out of the Sea of Fire earlier. When she entered the Sea of Fire, she was very close to Yi Xing. She thought that after she came out of the Sea of Fire, she would not be far from Yi Xing. Thus, she kept waiting for Yi Xing. However, in reality, Yi Xing had moved through the Sea of Fire, and had already put some distance between him and He Hongjiao. Thus, even after He Hongjiao waited for a long time, she still did not see Yi Xing. In the end, Yang Zhixiong came out of the Sea of Fire. When he saw He Hongjiao, he teamed up with her to cross the desert. Although they could avoid the desert scorpions from afar, there was also a certain chance that they would barge into the desert scorpion's nest and be surrounded. The more people there were, the more hope there was for them to kill their way out. He Hongjiao saw that a long time had passed, and that Yi Xing might have passed through the Sea of Fire, and entered the desert. If she waited any longer, she would not be able to see Yi Xing. Thus, she teamed up with Yang Zhixiong and entered the desert. After walking in the desert for 3 days, they arrived here and saw a large number of corpses of the desert scorpions. He Hongjiao's eyes were filled with shock. From the broken limbs of the desert scorpions, she could tell that they had indeed died at the hands of a cultivator. However, which disciple had the strength to kill so many desert scorpions? Even a marquis would not be able to do so, right? He Hongjiao said, "It should be a team. It might be eldest senior brother and the others. Let's follow the corpses of the desert scorpions to take a look." Yang Zhixiong nodded. He also thought that the desert scorpions were killed by a team. Furthermore, it was a team formed by eldest senior brother Ma Run, second senior brother Qi Jingyang, and third senior brother Li Yuanqing. This was because Ma Run, Qi Jingyang, and Li Yuanqing were all 6-star martial saints. Only a team of 3 6-star martial saints could kill so many desert scorpions, something that even a marquis would not be able to do. He Hongjiao and Yang Zhixiong followed the path of the desert scorpions' corpses. After walking for more than 10 li and climbing over a sand dune, they finally saw the battle scene. Among the densely packed desert scorpions, there was only a young man holding a spear and fighting. Above the young man was a pitch-black star. It was unknown what kind of star it was. He Hongjiao and Yang Zhixiong stood on the sand dune, almost petrified. These desert scorpions were actually killed by one person. Furthermore, this person was the only inner disciple who had entered the falling star secret realm, Yi Xing. How is this possible? The two of them exclaimed at the same time, not daring to believe it. The two of them were still about 5 li away from Yi Xing. As martial saints, their eyesight was very strong. Naturally, they could see Yi Xing's appearance clearly. A 3-star martial saint had actually killed so many desert scorpions. The corpses stretched for more than 10 li. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. The two of them stood on the sand dune like statues, watching the battle between Yi Xing and the desert scorpions several li away. They saw Yi Xing's spear move like a dragon, shooting in all directions. The desert scorpions would definitely die if they were hit by the spear. No matter which direction the desert scorpions attacked Yi Xing from, Yi Xing calmly killed them one by one. It was as if he had eyes on the back of his head. On the sand dune, Yang Zhixiong was dumbfounded. After a while he said, "Junior brother Yi is surrounded by the desert scorpions. We saw it. Should we help him?" He Hongjiao glanced around indifferently and said, "Didn't you see how many desert scorpions he killed? How can the remaining desert scorpions do anything to him?" Yang Zhixiong said, "Junior brother Yi killed so many desert scorpions. He must be mentally and physically exhausted. Perhaps this is the time when he needs help." He Hongjiao said, "Aren't you afraid that you will die in the mouths of the desert scorpions before you can meet up with junior brother Yi?" Yang Zhixiong frowned and said, "Junior brother Yi can kill so many desert scorpions that their corpses litter the ground. How can I die in their mouths?" He Hongjiao smiled coldly and said, "Do you think that you can also keep your eyes and ears open and not be afraid of enemies attacking you from all directions?" Yang Jixiong was stunned and immediately felt speechless. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Chapter 236. He Hongjiao said seriously, Junior brother Yang, if you want to save junior brother Yi, the most important thing right now is to find reinforcements. Quickly go find the other senior brothers and junior brothers. I'll stay here. If junior brother Ye's physical strength is not enough, I'll be able to rescue him since I'm stronger than you. Yang Jixiong thought for a moment and said, Senior sister He, it's dangerous to go into the desert scorpions to save people. It's better if you go find reinforcements. I'll stay here and look for an opportunity to rescue him. He Hongjiao was the dream lover of many Falling Star sect disciples, and Yang Jixiong was no exception. He could not bear to give her such a dangerous job. However, He Hongjiao had other intentions for staying behind. She had finally found Yixing, so she naturally wanted to kill Yixing. Of course, she had to send Yang Jixiong away. He Hongjiao frowned and said, I told you to find reinforcements, so go find them. Why are you so long-winded and annoying? Go. Yang Jixiong was scolded by He Hongjiao and immediately lost his mind. Although he did not want He Hongjiao to be in danger, he did not dare to go against He Hongjiao's wishes. Yang Jixiong said, Then senior sister He, be careful. Don't go up for the time being. Wait for me to find reinforcements, then go up to save junior brother Yi. He Hongjiao waved her hand impatiently and said, Go quickly. After Yang Jixiong left, He Hongjiao's expression changed, and a murderous intent appeared in her eyes. Like a cat looking at a mouse, she stared at Yixing from afar. Her lips curled up, revealing a sinister smile. The Falling Star secret territory was very vast, and it was difficult to find people scattered. She had asked Yang Jixiong to find reinforcements, but Yang Jixiong would not return for a while. As for her, as long as she killed Yixing during this period of time, destroyed the evidence, and then said that Yixing died in the mouth of the desert scorpion without leaving behind a corpse, the matter would be flawless, and no one would be able to blame her. Of course, the best result was that Yixing died under the siege of the desert scorpions. This way, it would save her a lot of effort. Moreover, she would be happy to see Yixing being eaten by the desert scorpions until there was nothing left. Unfortunately, her wish was obviously not fulfilled. Under Yixing's attack, the desert scorpions became fewer and fewer, and Yixing remained unscathed. Humph. Looking at his attack power, it seems to be about the same as mine. It's just that his reaction is extremely sharp. He seems to know which direction the desert scorpions attack from like the back of his hand. Therefore, the encirclement of the desert scorpions does not threaten him at all. He Hongjiao's brows gradually furrowed as she thought to herself, Looks like it won't be long before he'll be able to kill all of these desert poisonous scorpions. Looks like I'll have to personally take action in order to take his dog life. Time passed, second after second. With every second that passed, more and more desert scorpions died under Yixing's gun. The number of desert scorpions dwindled. Finally, when the poisonous scorpion king, which was equivalent to a 4-star martial sage, was killed by Yixing with a single spear strike, the entire group of poisonous scorpions in the desert were wiped out. Yixing was still immersed in the cultivation of the dark spirit spear art and the heavenly bat steps. He wished he could have more desert scorpions to kill and hone his martial arts attainments. However, these were just thoughts. He had taken the last spirit cleansing pill during the third battle with the poisonous scorpions. Without the spirit cleansing pill to neutralize the poison of the scorpion's stinger, Yixing did not dare to fight with the desert scorpions again. Yixing withdrew the black hole astral avatar and sat on the ground. He closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing, recovering his celestial essence and energy. He Hongjiao walked out from behind a distant hill. Silently like a ghost, she approached Yixing's senior sister He. What a coincidence. When He Hongjiao was still 1,000 meters away from Yixing, Yixing stood up and turned to look at He Hongjiao. In the battle between Yixing and the poisonous scorpions, everything within a radius of a few miles was within his dark sense. Yixing was well aware of the arrival of He Hongjiao and Yang Jixiong. After Yixing killed all the desert scorpions, He Hongjiao went to hide behind the sand dune. Yixing naturally did not want to expose his powerful perception. Instead, he waited for He Hongjiao to show herself. He Hongjiao thought that after Yixing killed all the desert scorpions, he would be less vigilant and focus on recovering his celestial essence. Therefore, she planned to sneak up on Yixing and give Yixing a fatal attack to complete the task given to her by Hua Tianshu. In this way, she could save the forbidden weapon soul-severing shuttle given to her by Hua Tianshu. The soul-severing shuttle was a forbidden weapon equivalent to a middle-grade spirit weapon. It was extremely powerful and precious. Even Hua Tianshu only had a few of them. But now, the sneak attack plan was ruined. He Hongjiao stared at Yixing and said, "You're quite vigilant." Yixing looked indifferent and said, "Senior sister He, do you want to team up with me and cross the desert together?" He Hongjiao's eyes lit up. It was not a bad idea to team up with Yixing to cross the desert. First, she could eliminate Yixing's vigilance and then give him a fatal blow when he was unprepared. However, before He Hongjiao could agree, Yixing had already said, "Junior brother, I like to be alone. If we want to form a team, senior sister can find someone else." He Hongjiao's face turned green. It turned out that Yixing was deliberately playing with her. He Hongjiao said with a cold face, "I'm looking for junior brother because I want to tell junior brother something." Yixing nodded. "Let's hear it." On the surface, Yixing appeared relaxed, but in reality, he was on high alert. When he entered the Falling Star secret realm, Hua Tianshu showed killing intent to him. Yixing knew very well that He Hongjiao did not come with good intentions. He Hongjiao smiled sweetly. Her whole person was like a blooming flower, extremely beautiful. However, at certain times beauty often meant danger. Just as He Hongjiao's smile was at its brightest, she also launched a fatal blow at Yixing. "I'm here to take your dog life." He Hongjiao's cold voice and a few hot and sharp scarlet rays appeared at the same time. Low-grade spiritual martial art, Scorching Sun Sword Technique. He Hongjiao's Scorching Sun Sword Technique had already reached the Great Completion Realm. Moreover, she had walked a long way in the Great Completion Realm. With this Scorching Sun Sword Technique, she was ranked 4th among the top 10 core disciples with a cultivation of mid-level 5-star Vortex Realm. She was ranked 2nd only to Ma Ren, Qi Jingyang, and Li Yuanqing, 3 6-star martial saints. She was ranked higher than some core disciples who were at late-level 5-star Vortex Realm and peak-level 5-star Vortex Realm. When the Scorching Sun Sword Technique was used, the surrounding temperature rose sharply. Moreover, when He Hongjiao attacked, a ray of starlight rushed out from between her eyebrows and turned into a flaming star in the sky. The flaming star power that descended caused the power of the Scorching Sun Sword Technique to multiply. It was a superior astrological sign, Earth Fire Star. The power of He Hongjiao's astrological sign was not inferior to Zishanho's. He Hongjiao unleashed her full combat strength and suddenly attacked. The distance of over 1,000 meters was a short distance to a martial saint. In the blink of an eye, a few rays of Scorching Sun Sword Technique had already arrived beside Yixing. They blocked all of Yixing's escape routes from all angles, and could kill Yixing with one strike. The corners of He Hongjiao's mouth curled up, revealing a trace of a smile. She believed that her sudden attack with all her strength would definitely be effective. He Hongjiao felt that she still had a chance to kill Yixing without using the soul-severing shuttle. She was in a very good mood. The corners of Yixing's mouth also curled up. If it was before he obtained the fire seed, he would have had to block the fire element attack. However, now, in front of the star fire seed, the power of He Hongjiao's Scorching Sun Sword Technique, which had reached the Great Completion Realm, was nothing. The thing that Yixing was least afraid of now was fire element attacks. In the face of He Hongjiao's Scorching Sun Sword Technique, Yixing did not dodge. He only circulated his celestial essence to defend against the sharp aura of the Scorching Sun Sword Technique, to prevent his body from being injured. In an instant, the Scorching Sun Sword Technique struck Yixing's body. The sharp aura was blocked by Yixing's celestial essence. As for the power of the flames, when it struck Yixing's body, it disappeared without a trace like a clay ox entering the sea. The star fire seed in Yixing's Dantian star vortex trembled slightly, as if it had opened a bloody mouth. In an instant, It devoured the power of the flames that had struck Yixing's body. It hit. He Hongjiao was overjoyed, but then she was shocked. Yixing seemed to be fine. He Hongjiao was shocked. Even a 6-star martial sage would not dare to stand still and take the attack of her Scorching Sun Sword technique. However, Yixing took the attack of her Scorching Sun Sword technique head-on and came out unscathed. Senior sister, he, murdering a fellow disciple is a crime punishable by death. Since you're talented, a pillar of the Falling Stars faction, and you were ordered by Hua Tianshu, I can pretend that nothing happened this time. But don't let it happen again. Yixing's eyes revealed a cold light. He walked toward He Hongjiao and said, "If you dare to offend me again, even if you are as beautiful as a fairy, you won't be able to live." He Hongjiao's expression changed. She raised her hand and a black shuttle appeared in her hand. It was the soul-severing shuttle, a forbidden weapon equivalent to a middle-grade spiritual weapon, which could kill a noble. When He Hongjiao took out the soul-severing shuttle, Yixing's hair stood on end. This was an extremely terrible forbidden weapon. Yixing suddenly felt a strong threat of death, and his hair stood on end. At the same time, his killing intent toward He Hongjiao exploded. "I want you to die," He Hongjiao shouted. She drove the soul-severing shuttle and threw it toward Yixing. The soul-severing shuttle, which was half a palm long, suddenly shone brightly. It bloomed with a bright black light and became more than 3 meters long. With a terrible power that could destroy mountains, it was going to kill Yixing in an instant. Eyes of blue clouds, blue eyes. Black hole astrology. The soul-severing shuttle was too terrible. In an instant, Yixing used all his trump cards to save his life. Suddenly, a blue vortex appeared in his eyes, attacking He Hongjiao's mind. The black hole astrology suddenly covered the darkness in all directions, allowing Yixing to feel everything around him. Yixing's hands did not stop. At the same time, he took out the bronze wall formation disc. The bronze wall formation disc, which was completed, instantly formed a formation light shield, covering Yixing. In the other hand, he took out the purple feather spear. In an instant, the spear was like a dragon, waving in all directions. He performed a defensive move, Dark Spear Curtain. Yixing's legs, at the same time, burst out with a strong force. He ran the small success realm of the heavenly bat steps and integrated the wind force. His whole body was like lightning, dodging to the side. In the blink of an eye, Yixing did 5 things at the same time. Blue eyes affected He Hongjiao's mind. The black hole astrology allowed Yixing to perceive everything around him. The bronze wall formation defense, the dark spear curtain as a double defense, and the heavenly bat steps to dodge. Thank you to Wu Yuan Buddhist World for the tip of 10,000 coins. Congratulations to Wu Yuan Buddhist World for becoming the 7th leader of the Arrow God. I can't update at home. I updated from 5 to 7. I didn't upload it successfully, so I went to the internet cafe outside to update. I have already updated 3 times. I will update in the internet cafe. I will continue to write when I go back. If I can update at home, I will update 4 times. If I still can't update at home, I can only update 3 times today. Please warm my heart. Chapter 237. This was the strongest defense Yixing could make against the soul-severing shuttle. It was extremely difficult to complete it at the same time. If it were any other martial saint, to be able to do 3 out of 5 things at the same time would already be a first-class reaction. The reason why Yixing could do 5 things in an instant was that he had a super strong brain, which others did not have. Yixing's green eyes made He Hongjiao fall into a trance for a moment. But the green eyes had a strong influence on the mind of demonic beasts and a weak influence on the mind of warriors. The effect on He Hongjiao was minimal. Moreover, the soul-severing shuttle was a forbidden weapon, and its power had nothing to do with He Hongjiao. The soul-severing shuttle had already been launched, and its influence on He Hongjiao's mind could only stop her next round of attacks. It had no effect on the soul-severing shuttle's attack. The same principle applied to the black hole astrology. The soul-severing shuttle had already been launched. Even if Yixing could sense its attack trajectory, it would be difficult for him to dodge because the soul-severing shuttle was too fast. Even if He Hongjiao fell into darkness, It could only stop her next round of attacks. The real defense against the soul-severing shuttle's attack was the other three things Yixing had done. The bronze wall formation light shield had extremely strong defensive power and could defend against attacks of the noble level. The soul-severing shuttle was a forbidden weapon that could kill nobles. The attack and defense of the two should not be too different. However, Yixing's bronze wall formation disc had already been used twice in the battle with the poisonous desert scorpions. Its power had already been reduced by more than half. Now, it naturally could not block the attack of the soul-severing shuttle. A tearing sound was heard. The light shield of the formation dissipated like a punctured balloon. The soul-severing shuttle's speed did not decrease at all as it shot towards Yixing, colliding with Yixing's dark spear curtain. Clang, 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 clang. In the blink of an eye, there was a series of explosions. The purple feather spear and the soul-severing shuttle had collided countless times. In the end, the dark spear curtain still could not stop the soul-severing shuttle. The purple feather spear was shaken to the side, and the soul-severing shuttle continued to shoot forward like a cold light. Although the formation light shield and the dark spear curtain did not stop the soul-severing shuttle, the two obstructions had still slowed the soul-severing shuttle's speed by a bit. How fast was the speed of the heavenly bat steps at the small success stage after fusing with the wind force? With just this slight decrease in speed, Yixing was able to escape. The soul-severing shuttle brushed past his figure and hit a small sand dune behind Yixing. Boom! With a loud explosion, a huge hole with a radius of several hundred feet was blasted out of the small sand dune. It was obvious that if Yixing was struck by the soul-severing shuttle, he would absolutely be blasted into a rain of blood and minced meat, and not even his bones would remain. With a loud explosion, Yixing stopped several hundred meters away. His eyes were as sharp as blades as they locked onto He Hongjiao. At this moment, the sky was filled with flying sand. Yixing walked towards He Hongjiao step by step, his killing intent boiling. He Hongjiao paled. She had not expected Yixing to dodge the soul-severing shuttle, a forbidden tool that could kill a 7-star martial sage. Her expression turned flustered. She could feel Yixing's killing intent. He was really angry and wanted to kill her. Whoosh! He Hongjiao turned around and ran. She pushed her low-grade spirit martial art to the limit. Moreover, her celestial essence condensed into wings on her back. She kept flapping them to increase the speed of her movement technique. Other than running away, she could not think of any other way. Yixing's killing intent soared to the sky. The other party was determined to kill him. How could he let her escape? Moreover, whether it was the Eye of Blue Cloud or the Black Hole astrology, they were no longer secrets in front of He Hongjiao. Yixing would definitely not let her live. Heavenly Bat Steps. Yixing displayed the small success stage of the Heavenly Bat Steps. Combined with the wind, he was as fast as lightning. He was more than twice as fast as He Hongjiao. The difference in speed between the two was too great. He Hongjiao had no chance of escaping. She looked around anxiously, seeking the help of her fellow disciples. However, where were her fellow disciples? At this time, He Hongjiao regretted sending Yang Zhixiong away. Seeing that there was no hope of escaping, He Hongjiao stopped. Her eyes were watery and her face was miserable. She untied her belt and said, "Don't kill me. I'll give you whatever you want." Dark Spirit Spear Art, Spiritual Flash. Without waiting for He Hongjiao to take off her clothes, the purple feather spear shot from afar with a dark spear light, drawing a black straight line in the void. In an instant, the purple feather spear pierced through He Hongjiao's chest. He Hongjiao's expression instantly turned into disbelief. She had a fairy-like beauty and was the favored girl of the Falling Star sect. Countless male disciples surrounded her and were willing to be her servant. Even her senior brother Ma Run had a special liking for her. She was in the prime of her youth and should have a bright future. How could she be willing to die? She was not willing to die. Moreover, she had never thought that she would die. With the soul-severing shuttle in her hand, killing Yixing should be as easy as turning her hand. The one who would die could only be Yixing. How could it be her? He Hongjiao grabbed the spear in front of her chest. She could not believe the truth at this moment. She could not believe that she was going to die. She was as beautiful as a fairy. Which man did not like her? She had promised Yi Xing, and was willing to give him everything. Why did Yi Xing want to kill her? She could not understand. No, 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 He Hongjiao whispered, until her hands holding the spear fell down powerlessly, until the end of her life. She still could not believe that she would end up like this. With a shake of the purple feather spear, it was pulled out of He Hongjiao's chest. He Hongjiao's body fell to the ground. Yi Xing's face was livid and his eyes were cold. He had no enmity with He Hongjiao. Although He Hongjiao was Hua Tianshu's disciple and stood on the opposite side of Yi Xing, Yi Xing had never intended to deal with her. Yi Xing's enemy was only limited to Hua Tianshu. Therefore, when He Hongjiao attacked him for the first time, Yi Xing could give her a chance and pretend that nothing had happened. However, He Hongjiao used the soul-severing shuttle and wanted to kill Yi Xing for the second time. This completely aroused Yi Xing's killing intent. Between the two of them, it was either you die or I die. Yi Xing knew how to show mercy to He Hongjiao when she begged for mercy. However, Yi Xing was not a person who would give up his principles just because of a woman. From the moment He Hongjiao used the soul-severing shuttle, as long as Yi Xing did not die, she would die. This was inevitable and could not be changed. At this point, what was the use of begging for mercy? Although He Hongjiao was as beautiful as a fairy, and was the dream lover of countless falling star sect disciples, Yi Xing did not need a woman who wanted to kill him. The only way to deal with a mortal enemy was to take their life. Yi Xing activated the starfire seed, and with a wave of his hand, a flame flew out and enveloped He Hongjiao. The flame from the starfire seed was very domineering. In just a few dozen breaths, He Hongjiao was burned to ashes. Yi Xing slammed his palm down, and the ashes were slammed deep into the ground. The surrounding quicksand flowed down and buried the ashes, leaving no trace behind. Yi Xing looked into the distance and scanned the surroundings. He did not see any traces of other disciples. He let out a long sigh of relief and continued to move forward into the depths of the secret realm. Half a day later, Yi Xing met Lin Tongyu, who was walking alone in the desert. The two of them had a very good relationship, and after another half a day, they finally walked out of the desert. The two of them rested at the edge of the desert. In front of them were endless white mountain peaks. Each mountain peak was condensed from ice. This was the last obstacle of the 3 danger zones, the ice mountain. The two of them were still at the edge of the ice mountain area, and they could feel the biting cold in the air. If it were an ordinary martial artist, just the cold at the edge of the ice mountain would be enough to chill their blood, stiffen their muscles, and eventually kill them. To a martial saint, this bit of cold was nothing. However, if they were in the depths of the ice mountain, the cold would be even more terrifying. Even a beginner martial saint could be frozen to death in the ice mountain. Yi Xing made a fire and took out a large piece of crystal fire beast meat. He skewered it on a spirit weapon and slowly roasted it over the fire. Lin Tongyu did not care at first. After a while, the fragrance of the meat wafted through the air. Lin Tongyu's mouth watered and her eyes lit up. Lin Tongyu said in surprise, "This is the meat of a crystal fire beast? You killed a crystal fire beast in the sea of fire?" Yi Xing nodded and smiled faintly. "I heard that the meat of a crystal fire beast is a top-quality ingredient. I happen to like good food. Since I encountered a crystal fire beast in the sea of fire, I naturally did not let it go. It seems that your luck is not bad. Not every disciple can encounter a crystal fire beast in the sea of fire." Lin Tongyu said excitedly, "My father also especially likes the meat of crystal fire beasts. Every time the Fallen Star secret realm opens, he will use a formation plate to exchange for the meat of a crystal fire beast. 6 years ago, he obtained the meat of a crystal fire beast. I also ate a bit because of my father. It was indeed a delicacy that I can't forget even now." Lin Tongyu thought that Yi Xing had only encountered 1 or 2 crystal fire beasts in the sea of fire. She clearly did not expect that Yi Xing had killed more than 100 crystal fire beasts. Yi Xing flipped the crystal fire beast meat in his hand and continued to roast it. He smiled and said, "When I get out, I will definitely send some crystal fire beast meat to master." Not long after, the crystal fire beast meat was roasted until it was tender and oily. Its entire body was golden yellow, and it emitted a fragrance that greatly increased one's appetite. Yixing and Lin Tongyu were already salivating. They could not wait any longer, and split the roasted crystal fire beast meat between them. Their mouths were covered in oil, and their mouths were fragrant. It was as if their souls had been refined. A delicacy in the world, a delicacy in the world. Even though Yixing had already eaten it several times, he could not help but exclaim in admiration every time he ate it. To a foodie, delicacies were treasures, and supreme-grade delicacies were priceless treasures. Yixing loved the crystal fire beast's tender meat to the extreme. Lin Tongyu also had a smile on her face. She felt refreshed, and her entire body was extremely comfortable. After a while, the feeling of refining one's soul gradually returned to normal. However, there was still a lingering fragrance in their mouths. Only then did the two continue forward. The Ice Mountain region was bone-chillingly cold. Even a mid-level martial sage would be affected by the cold. Compared to the desert, their speed was much slower here. Chapter 238. Yixing, on the other hand, was not affected by the cold. The star flame seed in his Dantian star whirlpool was constantly emitting heat, allowing Yixing's body temperature to remain at a normal state. He did not feel cold at all. However, since he was traveling with Lin Tongyu, Yixing could only follow her. The two of them traveled for 2 days in the ice mountain area. On this day, a faint fragrance suddenly came from the cold wind. The two of them had eaten the meat of the crystal fire beast before, and were very sensitive to fragrances. When they smelled the fragrance, they immediately noticed it. Yixing sniffed in the direction of the cold wind. "Senior Sister Lin, do you smell a fragrance in the cold wind?" Lin Tongyu stopped and closed her eyes. She took a deep breath and savored it carefully. Then she nodded. "There is a fragrance." After speaking, the two of them exchanged glances. Their eyes were filled with excitement as they said in unison, "It's the Ice Lotus." The Falling Star sect was formed because of the Falling Star Secret Realm. Countless elites of their ancestors had entered the Falling Star Secret Realm, and were very familiar with it. These experiences were passed down to their descendants. According to the experience passed down by the ancestors of there was a treasure in the Ice Mountain area, known as the Ice Lotus. The Ice Lotus was a spiritual grade herb that could directly raise a martial sage's cultivation. The Ice Lotus had at least 3 leaves. The more leaves it had, the stronger its medicinal effect. Before the Ice Lotus matured, it would emit a fragrance that would spread for 50 kilometers. If one smelled the fragrance in the Ice Mountain area, there was only one possibility. There was an Ice Lotus about to mature within 100 kilometers. Herbs that could directly raise one's cultivation were the rarest and most precious herbs. Every Ice Lotus was an extremely valuable treasure. The disciples of the Falling Star sect knew how difficult it was to cultivate to the martial sage realm. Even a beginner martial sage would find it difficult to break through to the next realm. However, the Ice Lotus could directly raise a martial sage's cultivation. Who would not want such a precious herb? Since Yixing and Lin Tongyu both smelled the medicinal fragrance, it was clear that there was an Ice Lotus about to mature within 100 kilometers. This was a fortuitous encounter. This was a rare fortuitous encounter. The Fallen Star Secret Realm only opened once every 3 years, but every time it opened, there might not necessarily be disciples that would be able to encounter the Ice Lotus. According to the past experience of the disciples would only obtain the Ice Lotus once every 3 times the Falling Star Secret Realm was opened. In other words, this was an opportunity that only appeared once every 10 years. It was indeed not easy to encounter it. "Let's go quickly and find the Ice Lotus. Don't let others get ahead of us," Lin Tongyu said. The Ice Lotus had matured, and its fragrance had spread for hundreds of miles. Those who could smell its fragrance were definitely not limited to just the two of them. Perhaps there were other core disciples as well. The Ice Lotus grew in the Ice Mountain region, and was originally an ownerless item. At this time, whoever found the Ice Lotus first would be able to obtain the Ice Lotus. This opportunity was hard to come by, so no one wanted to be happy for nothing. Naturally, they all wanted to get their hands on the Ice Lotus. "Go. Yixing nodded and walked towards the direction of the cold wind with Lin Tongyu. At this time, Yixing was in a hurry to find the ice lotus, so he couldn't help but quicken his pace. The difference in speed between the two was obvious. Yixing suddenly overtook Lin Tongyu. Since the two of them were in the same team, Yixing naturally would not abandon Lin Tongyu and look for the ice lotus alone. Yixing, who had run to the front, turned around and directly pulled Lin Tongyu's hand and said, "Come with me." Lin Danyu understood Yixing's meaning and did not resist. Yixing had the star fire seed in his body. This heat was transferred to Lin Tongyu's body through his palm, allowing Lin Tongyu to no longer use her celestial essence to suppress the cold. Her speed also increased. As the two of them moved forward against the cold wind, the fragrance grew stronger and stronger. After moving forward for more than 40 miles, they found an ice lotus in an ice valley between two ice mountains. This ice lotus looked like it was carved out of ice and had a total of 5 leaves. 5-leaf ice lotus. After Yixing and Lin Tongyu saw the ice lotus, they were immediately attracted to it. They could not move their eyes away and exclaimed at the same time. The ice lotus had at least 3 leaves, and with each additional leaf, its medicinal properties would be stronger. The 3-leaf ice lotus was already a rare and precious spirit herb. The 5-leaf ice lotus was even more precious. It could allow a mid-level martial sage to easily break through to the next realm. Its medicinal properties were very strong. Yixing and Lin Tongyu were overjoyed. They were the first disciples to arrive here. According to their names, this ice lotus belonged to them. As long as this ice lotus completely matured, they could pick it. With the powerful medicinal properties of the 5-leaf ice lotus, it was very likely that both of their cultivations would break through. Hiss! A long hiss interrupted their beautiful illusion. In the depths of the ice valley, between the rocks, a snow-white python drilled out. It spat out a long tongue and stared fiercely at Yixing and Lin Tongyu. This was a second-grade demonic beast. Its aura was strong, equivalent to that of a 5-star martial sage. Lin Tongyu immediately sucked in a breath of cold air, while Yixing's eyes lit up. The two of them exclaimed at the same time, "Ice Python!" The ice python was a demonic beast that could only be found in the Falling Star secret realm. It was much rarer than the crystal fire beast. In fact, compared to the ice lotus, the ice python was even rarer. Disciples who encountered the ice lotus might not necessarily encounter the ice python. The ice lotus appeared once in 10 years, and the ice python appeared once in 100 years. This was a saying passed down from the Falling Star sect. From this, it could be seen that the probability of the ice python appearing was 10 times lower than the ice lotus. Yixing and Lin Tongyu exclaimed at the same time. However, the meaning of their words was completely different. The two of them were surprised by the ice python's appearance. This was the same. However, apart from this, Lin Tongyu was also surprised by the ice python's strength. It was equivalent to a 5-star martial sage. With the ice python around, anyone who was not a 5-star martial sage would not be qualified to compete with it for the ice lotus. On the other hand, Yixing was more surprised than surprised. This was because the meat of the ice python was the same as the tender meat of the crystal fire beast. It was also a top-grade ingredient that was rarer than the tender meat of the crystal fire beast. The ice python appeared once in 100 years. It had indeed been nearly 100 years since the last ice python appeared. However, the Falling Star sect's disciples did not catch the ice python the last time it appeared. Therefore, the Falling Star sect obtained the ice python's meat nearly 200 years ago. The seniors who had eaten the ice python's meat had already passed away. Those who were still alive, including the Grand Elder Lin Shiyuan, had never eaten the ice python's meat, let alone seen it. Yixing and Lin Tongyu knew about it only because the Falling Star sect's records of the Falling Star secret realm mentioned the existence of the ice python. Lin Tongyu looked reluctant and said in a regretful tone, "Sai, this ice lotus is actually protected by the ice python. This is bad. We can see it, but we can't touch it. Unless we are a 5-star martial sage, how can we be qualified to compete with this ice python for the ice lotus?" What made Lin Tongyu even more depressed was that a 5-star martial sage was only qualified. It was not certain whether they could defeat the ice python and obtain the ice lotus. Yixing's mood was the complete opposite of Lin Tongyu's. His face was full of joy. For someone like him who loved delicious food, obtaining the tender meat of the crystal fire beast was already a great thing. It was like obtaining a priceless treasure. Now there was another ice python in front of him. Yixing felt that this was simply a gift from the heavens. In his eyes, the ice python had already turned into a piece of delicious top-grade ingredient. In the next moment, Yixing rushed toward the ice python. Lin Tongyu was shocked. "Junior brother Yi, what are you doing? This ice python is equivalent to a 5-star martial sage." Lin Tongyu knew that Yixing's combat strength was very strong and could challenge those of a higher level. The reason why he could enter the Falling Star secret realm was that he had defeated the core disciple, Ma Ji. However, Ma Ji was only a 4-star martial sage, and this ice python was equivalent to a 5-star martial sage. The strength of the two was not on the same level. Lin Tongyu did not think that Yixing, who was only a 3-star martial sage, could defeat the ice python, which was equivalent to a 5-star martial sage. The ice python was an ice-type demonic beast. It was born to be proficient in the power of ice. Even human warriors of the same level were weaker than the ice python. Therefore, most of the 5-star martial sages were not comparable to the ice python. Only the strongest among the 5-star martial sages had the possibility of defeating the ice python. "Senior Sister Lin, watch me kill this ice python. I'll treat you to its meat." Yixing laughed and the purple feather spear appeared in his hand. He used the surging undercurrent and dashed toward the ice python. Lin Tongyu looked at Yixing's back in surprise. She was extremely alert. Once Yixing was defeated, she would immediately rescue him. When the ice python appeared, it thought that it would scare away the two humans. However, it did not expect that a 3-star martial sage would take the initiative to attack it. It was furious. The ranks of demonic beasts were very strict. Yixing was a 3-star martial sage, and the ice python was equivalent to a 5-star martial sage. It was 2 levels higher than Yixing naturally. The ice python did not take Yixing seriously. The ice python, which was more than 10 feet long, let out a fierce hiss. It jumped and pounced toward Yixing. It opened its mouth and spat out a snow-white light. This was an icy current. Wherever it passed, the ice was covered with a layer of ice. It was extremely cold. If this icy current hit one's body, even a mid-level martial sage would shiver. Their blood would be cold and their muscles would be stiff. The icy current was like the wind. It did not have a fixed shape. Although Yixing's spear light scattered it, the icy current was pervasive. Many of the icy current still passed through the spear light and pounced on Yixing's body. At this moment, Lin Tongyu's heart was in her throat. If Yixing could not withstand this icy current, he would be defeated by the ice python. He might even lose his life. Her worry was unnecessary. When the icy current pounced on Yixing's body, Yixing did not change at all. It was as if the icy current was just an ordinary cold wind. It did not affect Yixing at all. The star flame seed in Yixing's Dantian star vortex was very domineering and hot. It maintained the heat of Yixing's body at all times. When the icy current spat out by the ice python pounced on Yixing's body, it was evaporated by the star flame seed. The icy current of the ice python did not affect Yixing at all. However, Yixing's move undercurrent surge hit the ice python's body fiercely. The ice python was immediately sent flying dozens of meters away. Third update. I've been working hard. Can't I get more monthly votes? I beg for monthly votes. Chapter 239. Lin Tongyu's hanging heart finally settled down. Only then did she realize that Yixing was not affected by the cold before. Furthermore, when he pulled her, a warm current flowed from Yixing's hand, allowing her to ignore the cold as if it was nothing. How strange. His body is like a ball of fire. No wonder he's not afraid of the ice python's cold air. Lin Tongyu was surprised. Even so, Lin Tongyu did not think that there was a fire seed in Yixing's body. The fire seed was a legend in the Qingyun area. Lin Tongyu naturally would not think of such a non-existent legend for no reason. The ice python was sent flying. It was already injured. Its scales were broken and blood flowed out from where it was hit by the purple feather spear. However, this made the ice python even more ferocious. The frost python let out a shrill cry. Its huge body rolled over, and a huge snow-white tail whipped towards Yixing in an instant. Dark Spirit Spear. Facing the frost python's terrifying attack, Yixing didn't even take half a step back. Instead, he performed his ultimate skill and attacked the frost python. Boom! The Dark Spirit Spear art, which had surpassed the initial level, was extremely powerful. With a loud explosion, the ice python was sent flying again. This time, it was even more seriously injured than before. A huge wound appeared on its body. Blood dyed the ice python's snow-white body red. After being injured twice in a row, the ice python's ferociousness and pride were completely destroyed by Yixing. At this moment, it knew that the 3-star martial saint in front of it was extremely powerful. He had the ability to kill it. The ice python did not dare to fight anymore. It turned and ran. Although it was badly injured, the ice python was still as fast as the wind. In a flash, it reached the depths of the valley and drilled into the cave between the rocks. As long as it hid in the cave, it would be safe. However, Yixing's speed was beyond the ice python's imagination. Yixing used the heavenly bat steps and took a step forward. At the same time, he used the Dark Spirit Spear art's spiritual light flash. With the small mastery of the heavenly bat steps and the spirit light flash, Yixing drew a black line with the purple feather spear in his hand. It was like a black bolt of lightning streaking across the sky. Lin Tongyu only blinked once, and Yixing had already caught up with the frost python. The purple feather spear carried a dark spear light as it pierced through the frost python's vital point, nailing it to the ground. At this moment, the frost python's head was less than 3 meters away from the cave. With the frost python's speed, it would only take a tenth of a blink of an eye for it to enter the cave and escape. Unfortunately, it was no longer possible. The ice python's vital point was the purple feather spear. It was pierced through by the purple feather spear and suffered a fatal injury. Its body started to twist violently. The frost python's body twisted and struggled. Its strength was terrifying. However, the purple feather spear seemed to have taken root in the ground. No matter how the frost python struggled, it was in vain. As time went by, the frost python's struggle became weaker and weaker. Finally, it calmed down and died. Yixing killed the frost python without much effort. Speaking of which, the frost python's real strength was similar to that of an ordinary 5-star martial saint. It was powerful because of its powerful frost chi. 5-star martial saints were affected by the frost chi and had their strength reduced. That was why they were no match for it. Yixing had the starfire seed, which could suppress the frost python's frost chi. Without this advantage, the frost python was nothing in front of Yixing. It was no different from an ordinary 5-star martial saint. Naturally, it was defeated easily. Junior brother Yi, your strength has reached such a level. It seems that you didn't use all of your strength when you fought with Ma Ji. Lin Tongyu walked up to Yixing with a surprised look on her face. She looked at Yixing in a new light and said, "Although the ice python's cold air currents are useless against you, it is still a 5-star martial saint. You haven't even used your astrology yet." Tisi. Lin Tongyu's tone became more surprised. "With your current strength, you can't be in the top 10 of the core disciples, right?" Yixing was only a 3-star martial saint. According to the division of cultivation, he was an inner disciple. If he had the strength of the top 10 of the core disciples, it would be too unbelievable. Yixing only smiled at Lin Tongyu's question, and did not answer. Top 10 of the core disciples? Hee. Yixing laughed in his heart. If he used all of his trump cards and strength, among the core disciples of Thianli, eldest senior brother Ma Run could compete with him. Second senior brother Qi Jingyang, and third senior brother Li Yuanqing, were only in the middle and early stages of the 6th level of the Star Vortex realm. Only Ma Run was at the peak of the 6th level of the Star Vortex realm. In Yixing's opinion, those who were not at the peak of the 6th-star martial saint could not compete with him at all, unless the opponent was also a martial arts genius who had the strength to challenge those at a higher level. Of course, Yixing's astrology was a secret. He could not reveal all of his trump cards in public. Therefore, his strength on the surface was much less than his real strength. However, this was only for the 6-star martial saints. As for the 5th-star martial saints, even if Yixing did not use the black hole astrology and the Sagittarius astrology, he was not afraid at all. Yixing skinned the frost python, and then chopped off the frost python's flesh and bones piece by piece, storing them in his storage ring. The frost python was more than 10 zhang long, and as thick as a water bucket. It weighed several thousand jin. The meat of the frost python was more tender than the meat of the 100 crystal fire beasts that Yixing had killed. This made him very happy. The fragrance of the ice lotus permeated the air. It was still in the process of ripening. If the ice lotus had really ripened, the fragrance would be restrained. Therefore, Yixing and Lin Tongyu would have to wait for a while before picking the ice lotus. The ice lotus had not completely ripened, and the 5th leaf had not completely formed. According to Yixing's observation, it would take more than an hour for the ice lotus to completely ripen. This gave Yixing and Lin Tongyu a bad feeling. In more than an hour, as long as the core disciples within 100 li of the ice lotus smelled the fragrance, they would be able to find this place. Although the 2 of them were the first to discover the ice lotus, the other martial sages in the secret realm were all disciples of the same sect. According to the name, the ice lotus should belong to Yixing and Lin Tongyu. However, Yixing and Lin Tongyu had not picked the ice lotus yet. If other disciples came here and insisted on taking a share, there would be no way around it. Indeed, after less than an hour, other disciples arrived. There were a total of 3 disciples. A 5-star martial sage and 2 4-star martial sages. Yixing had not been in the Falling Star sect for long, and was not familiar with the core disciples. These 3 core disciples recognized him, but he did not recognize them. Lin Tongyu had grown up in the Falling Star sect, and was very familiar with the 3. The 5-star martial sage was called Xueling. Among the core disciples, she was ranked 12th, slightly above average. Aside from the top 10, she was one of the strongest core disciples. The 2 4-star martial sages were called Chunhan and Chaozhua. They were the 2 core disciples ranked towards the bottom. Clearly, Xueling was the leader of the 3. It's indeed the ice lotus. It's the 5-leaf ice lotus. We're rich. This is a rare elixir that can raise the cultivation of a middle-rank martial sage. The 3 of them cheered when they saw the ice lotus. Senior sister Xue, senior brothers, junior brother Yixing and I found this ice lotus first. Seeing that Xueling and the other 2 only had eyes for the ice lotus, ignoring her and Yixing, Lin Tongyu walked toward the 3 of them. Ah, so junior sister Lin is here too. It's our fortune to find the ice lotus. Those who see it will get a share. Those who see it will get a share. Xueling acted as if she had just discovered Lin Tongyu. She chuckled and said that those who see it will get a share, erasing the order of first come, first served. Junior sister Lin, those who see it will get a share. Those who see it will get a share. Chunhan and Chaozhua chuckled too. Lin Tongyu frowned. If she did not share the ice lotus with the 3 of them, the 2 sides would definitely fight. They were all senior brothers of the same sect. Lin Tongyu did not want to make everyone unhappy. Lin Tongyu paused and said, "Okay, the ice lotus has 5 leaves. The 5 of us will each get a leaf." "Hey, junior sister Lin, you're wrong. It should be 4 people, 5 leaves." Xueling put her hands behind her back and said arrogantly, "Each of you will get a leaf. I'm a 5-star martial sage, so I get 2. Senior sister Xue is right. Senior sister Xue is ranked the highest. She should get 2. Chunhan and Chaozhua said one after another. Yixing's eyebrows jumped and he squinted his eyes. Lin Tongyu was furious and said, "Senior sister Xue, what are you saying? Junior brother Yi and I found the ice lotus first. How can you exclude junior brother Yi?" Xueling glanced at Yixing indifferently, and then looked at Lin Tongyu. She said, "Junior sister Lin, we core disciples will get the ice lotus. He is just an inner disciple. What right does he have to interfere?" "That's right. Core disciples are core disciples. Inner disciples are inner disciples. There is a difference between them. Inner disciples are not qualified to be on equal footing with core disciples. He will not get the ice lotus. Chen Han and Chao Zhuo said, supporting Xueling's words. They wanted to exclude Yixing from the group that would benefit. Yixing had entered the Fallen Star secret realm because he had defeated the core disciple Ma Ji. Although an inner disciple defeating a core disciple made the inner disciples very happy and excited, it also made the core disciples lose face and feel unhappy. Many of the core disciples hated Yixing. Xueling, Chen Han, and Chao Zhuo were all core disciples who hated Yixing. The ice lotus was precious. They could accept Lin Tongyu getting some benefits, but they were not willing to share it with Yixing. Even if Yixing was the one who found this ice lotus first, Xueling and the other two would not let Yixing obtain any benefits from the ice lotus. Lin Tongyu said angrily, "How can you do this? Although junior brother Yi is not a core disciple, he has the strength of a core disciple. How can you go back on your words? He is an inner disciple. He is not qualified." The three of them were very firm. Xueling said disdainfully, "Isn't he strong? I got 2 leaves. If he has the guts, he can snatch one from me." Fourth update. Chapter 240. Lin Tongyu clenched her fist. "You." Yixing chuckled and interrupted Lin Tongyu. "Senior sister Lin, why are you so angry over something that doesn't exist? Did I say that I would give them a share of the ice lotus? I didn't. They won't even get a single strand of hair. It's just a fantasy. Don't take it seriously. What did you say? You dare to look down on us?" Xueling shouted angrily. The three of them were furious. Yixing's sharp gaze swept across the three of them. He said disdainfully, "Who do you think you are? Why wouldn't I dare to look down on you?" Yixing came from Earth. Although he had completely integrated into the life of the Star Continent, his attitude towards the world had not changed. It was still the same as before. He maintained the fine traditions of the modern people of Earth. If people respected him, he would respect him tenfold. If people disrespected him, he would disrespect him tenfold. In the world where he lived in his previous life, there was no such thing as enduring humiliation. There was only, who was afraid of who in today's society. If you treat me as grass, then I'll treat you as an ant. Xueling, Chen Han, and Chao Zhuo were all ants in Yixing's eyes. There was no need to give face to ants. Lin Tongyu covered her mouth in shock. She did not expect that the amiable Yixing would have such a domineering side to him. Xueling and the other two were furious. Yixing's words were like a bomb in their chests. The three of them exploded with anger. You're arrogant, you're arrogant. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You dare to say that Senior Sister Xue is nothing? Senior Sister Xue can crush you with one finger." Chen Han and Chao Zhuo roared angrily like animals with their hair standing on end. However, no matter how angry they were, they did not dare to do anything to Yixing. They only dared to let Xueling do it. Yixing had defeated Ma Ji in front of everyone. Ma Ji was a 4-star martial sage, and his strength was top-notch. He was even stronger than Chen Han and Chao Zhuo. Chen Han and Chao Zhuo knew that they were not a match for Yixing. However, Xueling was different. Xueling was a 5-star martial sage. Furthermore, she was ranked 12th among the core disciples. Her strength was extraordinary. The two did not think that Yixing would be a match for Xueling. Xueling also didn't put Yixing in her eyes. Otherwise, she wouldn't have treated Yixing like dirt. Xueling jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She shouted angrily, "Who do you think you are? Today, I'm going to teach you, an inner disciple who doesn't know how to respect your status." While speaking, a silver spirit weapon spear appeared in Xueling's hand. She was actually also a spear expert. Thousand Mountains Fury. Then Xueling roared. The spirit weapon silver spear shone brightly. She jumped up, held the spear with both hands, and smashed it down at Yixing. The spirit weapon silver spear had a bright spear light. When this spear smashed down, even a small hill in front of it would be smashed in half. A 5-star martial sage's attack was indeed extraordinary. Even if she didn't use the power of astrology, it was not something a 4-star martial sage could compare to. This spear, whether in the eyes of Lin Tongyu, Chen Han, or Chao Zhuo, was very terrifying. However, things were relative. In the eyes of Yixing, this spear had a different feeling. It was just SOSO. The purple feather spear instantly appeared in Yixing's hand. It pierced out like lightning, and a pitch-black line flashed in the void. Dark Spirit Spear Technique. Spiritual Light Flash. Before Xueling's spear smashed down, Yixing's spear had already pierced the shaft of the spear. Clang! There was an earth-shaking explosion. Under the attack of the purple feather spear, the spirit weapon silver spear instantly bent backward, turning into a crescent moon. In the blink of an eye, it was straight again. In this moment, Xueling was already like a cannonball shooting backward. She had already spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. The horn spear buzzed, shaking Xueling's arms until they were numb, and she almost lost feeling. Boom! Xueling flew out dozens of meters before falling to the ground. She crashed into an ice mountain, and the ground shattered. In an instant, countless ice shards and fragments flew in all directions. Lin Tongyu had seen Yixing kill the frost python and knew that Yixing was powerful. However, Shen Han and Chaozhua did not know. Their impression of Yixing's strength was still the result of Yixing defeating Ma Ji. At this moment, seeing Xueling being sent flying by Yixing and spitting out blood, they were instantly stunned. The two of them were simply petrified. Xueling was a 5-star martial saint, and Yixing was only a 3-star martial saint. There was a difference of 2 realms between the two of them. In the Clear Sky region, there were very few martial saints who could challenge someone of a higher realm. Every one of them was a monstrous genius whose name resounded throughout the Clear Sky region. To challenge someone of 2 realms was rarely seen in the Clear Sky region, and there was only one person in the world. Yixing had defeated Xueling in one move. This was even more shocking than fighting someone 2 realms above him. Defeating an opponent in one move meant that there was an enormous disparity in strength between the two sides. It meant that the one who attacked was much stronger than the one who lost. This was simply unbelievable. Because of this, Shen Han and Chaozhua were petrified, unwilling to believe the truth. After 2 to 3 breaths of time, Shen Han and Chaozhua finally reacted. They looked at Yixing in horror and retreated. Yixing withdrew his spear and stood upright. Looking at Shen Han and Chaozhua, he said indifferently, "Take that core senior sister and get out of the sight of this inner disciple." Shen Han and Chaozhua's faces were burning. They had always been proud of their identity as core disciples, but now, this pride had been trampled under the soles of Yixing's feet. As core disciples, being beaten by Yixing, an inner disciple, was simply a disgrace. However, after witnessing Yixing's strength, they did not dare to stay. They took the injured Xueling and fled. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. Lin Tongyu walked over. "Junior brother Yi, I really did not expect you to have such a temper." Yixing withdrew his purple feather spear and smiled. "Senior sister Lin, you won't blame me for doing wrong, right?" Lin Tongyu shook her head and said, "They were wrong first. Junior brother Ye's reaction is normal. First it was the ice python, then it was Xueling and the other 2. They were all defeated by junior brother Yi. This ice lotus was completely protected by junior brother Yi alone. I was purely basking in your glory." "Ah." Yixing waved his hand and interrupted Lin Tongyu's words. "We discovered the ice lotus together, so everyone who saw it should have a share. This has nothing to do with strength. In fact, if the 3 of them were polite and reasonable, and each of the 5 of them got a leaf, I wouldn't have disagreed and chased them away. But they don't want to share any benefits with me, so I naturally can't let them get any benefits." Lin Tongyu shrugged and said, "If they heard junior brother Ye's words, I'm afraid their intestines would turn green with regret." Yixing smiled faintly. After a few breaths, his expression suddenly became serious. "Someone else is coming." There was still less than an hour before the 5-leaf ice lotus fully matured. Within 100 miles, it was obvious that Xueling and the other 2 were not the only ones. As long as they smelled the fragrance, they would have enough time to find this place. Lin Tongyu followed Yixing's gaze. Sure enough, there were 2 disciples on an ice mountain a few miles away. They were looking in this direction, and then walking over. Lin Danyu's gaze turned and she pointed to the left, exclaiming, "There are also 2 people coming over there." Yixing nodded. He had already found out. Calculating the time, As long as there were people within 100 miles of the Ice Lotus, no matter how far away they were, they would be able to get here by now. Apart from these 4 people, there should not be any other disciples coming over. After seeing the 4 people clearly, Lin Tongyu's expression immediately turned ugly. She sent a voice transmission to Yi Xing. Junior brother Yi, the people coming are not easy to deal with. The 2 in front are a 5-star martial saint called Gong Yunxiu, and a 4-star martial saint called Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan is a 4-star martial saint, and is not a threat to you. However, Gong Yunxiu is a late 5th-star martial saint, and is ranked 7th among the top 10 core disciples. She is very strong. As for the 2 disciples on the left, they are even harder to deal with. The 5-star martial saint behind them is called Wu Qiufeng. His ranking is lower than Xueling's, so he is not a threat. However, the one in front is a powerful character called Wu Qinggang. He is ranked 5th among the core disciples. Among the 5-star martial saints, he is only second to the 4th He Hongjiao. As for the top 3, they are all 6-star martial saints. Hearing this, Yi Xing nodded faintly. He did not look nervous at all. Chapter 241. Even He Hongjiao, who was ranked 4th, was killed by him. Yi Xing was naturally not afraid of the 5th and 7th core disciples. Yi Xing raised his head toward an iceberg a few miles to the right and said, "Those 3 fellows haven't left yet. It seems that they want to watch a good show. I'm afraid they will be disappointed." Disappointed? How so? Yi Xing's answer confused Lin Tongyu. She looked toward the iceberg that Yi Xing pointed to. Sure enough, Xueling and the other 2 were standing on the hillside, looking at them from afar. Immediately Lin Tongyu's eyes lit up. She understood the meaning of Yi Xing's words. Although she was still worried, Yi Xing's confidence encouraged her. She trusted Yi Xing's judgment. On the iceberg in the distance, Xueling and the other 2 were looking at the valley where the Ice Lotus Valley was located. Xueling clenched her fists. Her face was filled with hatred. Senior sister Gong and senior brother Wu are also nearby. It seems that we are destined to have no chance of getting the Ice Lotus. However, if we can't get it, that kid won't get it either. Humph. He drove us away. Now someone will drive him away. This is retribution. Senior sister Shui is right. Senior brother Wu is not an easy person to talk to. That kid is going to suffer. I want to see that kid get crushed by senior brother Wu with my own eyes. Shen Han and Chao Zhuo sneered. Their eyes were filled with excitement. Gong Yunxiu led Lin Yuan, and Wu Qinggang led Wu Qiufeng. The 2 teams soon arrived at the valley where the Ice Lotus Valley was located. Seeing the 5-leaf Ice Lotus, they were pleasantly surprised like Xueling and the other 2. Haha. It's actually the 5-leaf Ice Lotus. Great. This is great. I will become a 6-star martial saint soon. At that time, I can challenge Li Yuanqing and Qi Jingyang and fight for the top 3. Haha. Wu Qinggang looked at the 5-leaf Ice Lotus and laughed. He was in a good mood. Obviously, Wu Qinggang had already regarded the 5-leaf Ice Lotus as his. Senior martial brother Wu, this 5-leaf Ice Lotus doesn't belong to you alone. Everyone who sees it has a share. Junior martial sister also has a share. Gong Yunxiu said sweetly. Wu Qinggang was startled, and greed flashed in his eyes. How could he be willing to share a share of the 5-leaf Ice Lotus with someone else? However, Gong Yunxiu's strength was not weak either. She was ranked 7th among the core disciples, not much weaker than him. If he said that he wanted to take the 5-leaf Ice Lotus flower for himself, it would definitely cause the dissatisfaction of everyone present. If Gong Yunxiu gave the order and led everyone to attack him, he would not be her opponent. Thinking of this, Wu Qinggang chuckled and said, Junior martial sister Gong's share is naturally indispensable. However, don't talk nonsense about everyone getting a share. The 5-leaf Ice Lotus only has 5 leaves. If everyone gets a share, the leaves would have to be split up. Wouldn't that destroy the treasure? Why don't we split it between the 2 of us? Gong Yunxiu nodded. Alright. We'll split the 5-leaf Ice Lotus flower equally. Senior martial brother Wu is stronger, so he gets 3 out of the 5 leaves. I get 2. In addition, the root of the ice lotus flower will be given to junior martial sister as compensation. How about it? Wu Chungang laughed coldly and said, Junior martial sister Gong, you also know that I'm stronger. You're splitting it too evenly. Out of the 5 leaves I get 4, you get 1, and the root of the ice lotus flower. Gong Yunxiu's face turned green. Although the root of the ice lotus flower was a very good medicinal ingredient, its value was far from the leaves. She was ranked 7th among the core disciples, only 2 ranks away from Wu Chungang. However, she only got 1 leaf of the ice lotus flower. Of course, she would not be satisfied. Gong Yunxiu's sweet voice turned cold. Senior martial brother Wu, your appetite is a little too big. 1 person gets 4 leaves. Can you handle it? Wu Chungang smiled and said, If you don't agree to this condition, I think junior martial brother Wu will agree. Junior martial brother Wu, do you want a leaf of the ice lotus flower? Aside from Wu Chungang and Gong Yunxiu, only Wu Qiufeng was a 5-star martial sage. In Wu Chunggang's opinion, if he worked with Wu Qiufeng, he could suppress Gong Yunxiu while Wu Qiufeng could suppress the other 3. If Wu Chungang and Gong Yunxiu worked together, Wu Qiufeng would not benefit at all. Now that he heard that Wu Chungang wanted to work with him, his eyes immediately lit up and he nodded repeatedly. Gong Yunxiu's expression changed. She compromised with Wu Chungang. If the 2 of them worked together, she would only get 1 leaf. She was not satisfied. If she did not compromise, if Wu Chungang and Wu Qiufeng worked together, she might not even get a leaf. This made Gong Yunxiu feel very conflicted. Yi Xing, who was at the side, could not help but find it funny. It looked like these people were the same as Xue Ling and the other 2, not putting him in their eyes. This was indeed the case. Yi Xing had defeated Ma Ji. Among the inner disciples, his fame was like the sky. However, compared to the top 10 core disciples, defeating Ma Ji was nothing. Wu Chungang was ranked 5th, and Gong Yunxiu was ranked 7th. How could the 2 of them put Yi Xing in their eyes? Gong Yunxiu was conflicted. The idea of compromising with Wu Chungang prevailed. Getting 1 leaf was better than nothing. She was about to answer Wu Chungang when Yi Xing's voice sounded from the side. Senior brothers and sisters, I have a way to decide who gets the 5-leaf ice lotus. Everyone's attention was attracted by the voice, and they all looked at Yi Xing. Wu Chunggang's face was filled with disdain. What can you do? The others also had disdainful expressions. They did not have a good impression of this inner disciple, who defeated a core disciple. Yi Xing did not mind their gazes and said, The 5-leaf ice lotus is a peerless elixir that can increase one's cultivation. However, no one knows how many leaves one can eat to increase one's cultivation. Different cultivations require different amounts of leaves. If one needs to eat 5 leaves to increase one's cultivation, then it should be given to 1 person. Otherwise, it would be a waste. In my opinion, the strongest person will get the 5-leaf ice lotus. As soon as Yi Xing finished speaking, the disdain on Wu Chunggang's face disappeared. His impression of Yi Xing changed instantly. Look at what he said. The strongest person will get the 5-leaf ice lotus. This brat is too good with words, too good at flattering me. Wu Chungang laughed happily and said, Junior brother Yi is right. The 5-leaf ice lotus is a precious treasure. If it is wasted, one will be struck by lightning. Therefore, it must only be given to 1 person. We can compete and see who is the strongest person will get the 5-leaf ice lotus. This is the most fair method of distribution. Wu Chungang was willing, but Gong Yunxiu was not. The 2 of them were the most likely to get the 5-leaf ice lotus. If they were to compete to decide, Gong Yunxiu believed that she would lose more than she would win against Wu Chungang. Of course, she was not willing to accept this method of distribution. As for the other disciples, it was impossible to divide it evenly. The benefits would not fall on them, so they could divide it however they wanted. Without waiting for Gong Yunxiu to object, Yi Xing said, We are all disciples of the same sect. Whoever gets the 5-leaf ice lotus is something to be happy about. Therefore, the most important thing is that the 5-leaf ice lotus cannot be wasted. Wasting is shameful. Wasting a treasure is the most shameful thing. I firmly agree that the strongest person will get the 5-leaf ice lotus. Wu Chungang beamed with joy. Looking at Yi Xing, he nodded repeatedly and said, I also firmly agree. After saying that, Wu Chenggang secretly transmitted his voice to Yixing. Good brat, follow senior brother in the future. In the you will definitely not be bullied. Hearing this, Yixing was speechless and almost burst out laughing. Naturally, Lin Tongyu would not expose Yixing. She said, I also agree. Wu Chenggang glared at Wu Qiufeng. Wu Qiufeng was usually close to Wu Chenggang and followed his lead. Naturally, she also quickly agreed. Of the 6 people present, 4 agreed. The remaining 2 people, Gong Yunxiu and Lin Yuan, could not object. Wu Chenggang, we haven't fought in a long time. Don't think that you can beat me just because you are ranked 5th. Since her objection was ineffective, Gong Yunxiu could only agree. Her attitude towards Wu Chenggang immediately became firm. Although Wu Chenggang was very confident in his own strength, he would not underestimate Gong Yunxiu. Their ranks and cultivations were very close. He was indeed not 100% confident that he could beat Gong Yunxiu. However, his cultivation was higher, and his ranking was higher. In terms of winning, he was still much higher than Gong Yunxiu. He was very confident in defeating Gong Yunxiu. Wu Chenggang clenched his fists, twisted his body, and stretched his arms. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. He raised his chin towards Gong Yunxiu. Come on, junior sister Gong. Let your senior brother see how strong you are now. Chapter 242. Gong Yunxiu took out a white bone whip and lashed it at Wu Chenggang without saying anything. This bone whip was made from the bone of a cartilage snake, which was equivalent to a 4-star martial saint. It was made from spirit metal and was a high-grade low-grade spirit weapon. Gong Yunxiu's white cloud whip technique was extraordinary. Her cartilage spirit whip swept up countless whirlwinds and attacked Wu Chenggang from all directions. Junior sister Gong's white cloud whip technique has improved a lot, but senior brother's black water dragon fist has also improved. Tremble under the power of senior brother's fist. Facing the layers of whip shadows, Wu Chengyang's expression was normal. He shouted loudly and a stream of energy rushed out from his body. The surrounding space shook and his power reached its peak. Boom! Wu Chenggang punched out and his fist radiance shot out. It was like a huge black dragon that rushed out dozens of feet. The huge black dragon rippled like water. It was a type of water martial technique, and its power was endless. Wu Chenggang had grasped the essence of the fist technique. The power in his fist radiance was shocking and unstoppable. Wherever the black dragon fist radiance passed, the ground cracked and ice splashed. All the whip shadows were destroyed. Boom. Boom 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 boom. Wu Chenggang attacked as fast as lightning. Black water dragon fist, one punch after another. The whip shadows in all directions were dispersed by him. In an instant he had gained the upper hand. His fist aura was like a dancing black dragon, suppressing Gong Yunxiu and forcing her to retreat. Gong Yunxiu was shocked. The difference in strength between her and Wu Chenggang was much greater than the last time they had fought. Whoosh! A stream of starlight rushed out from Gong Yunxiu's forehead and turned into a huge star that floated in the sky. This was a star with mountains and rivers. It contained an extremely strong power of the stars. In an instant, it caused Gong Yunxiu's strength to increase by several times. Pa! The whip lashed out and the void exploded. It was like a long spear that wanted to split everything in front of it into 2. The black dragon fist radiance was shattered by the cartilage spirit whip. Gong Yunxiu used the power of astrology and instantly turned the tables. However, her expression didn't turn for the better. She was very clear that her advantage was only temporary. Wu Chengyang's constellation wasn't any weaker than hers. As long as Wu Chenggang used his constellation, she would be defeated without a doubt. Wu Chenggang obviously didn't want to be entangled with Gong Yunxiu any longer. A ray of starlight shot out from between his eyebrows. He immediately used his astrology. A star covered by a vast ocean appeared in the sky above Wu Chenggang. Superior astrology, water star. In terms of astrology, Wu Chenggang was even better than Gong Yunxiu. Water-type astral energy descended and enveloped Wu Chenggang, increasing the power of his black water dragon fist. Boom! Wu Chenggang punched out, and the fist light shot out for dozens of feet. Everything in front of him was destroyed by Wu Qinggang. Boom, boom, boom. Each of Wu Qinggang's punches was more powerful than the last. In less than 10 punches, Gong Yunxiu was completely defeated. All of the whip shadows were broken. The soft-bone spirit whip was hit by a punch and almost flew out of her hand. Gong Yunxiu quickly admitted defeat. Senior brother Wu, I really didn't expect your strength to improve so much. It seems like He Hongjiao won't be able to sit firmly in the 4th place. After admitting defeat, Gong Yunxiu complimented Wu Qinggang. Wu Qinggang laughed and was in a very good mood. He said, the 4th place is nothing. I've obtained the 5-leaf ice lotus, and I'll be able to break through to the 6th level of the Star Vortex realm soon. I might even reach the 6th level of the Star Vortex realm in one fell swoop. At that time, I'll fight for the top 3 and the 1st place. Ha ha ha. Gong Yunxiu said sweetly. Then I'll congratulate Senior Brother Wu first. Maybe I'll have to call you Senior Brother Wu in the future. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Wu Qinggang laughed happily. What Gong Yunxiu said was exactly what he was thinking. Good talent is not as good as good luck. With the 5-leaf ice lotus, anything is possible. Ha ha. Gong Yunxiu threw a flirtatious glance at Wu Qinggang and said, Senior Martial Brother Wu, you can try later and see how many leaves you can use to break through your cultivation. If there are any leftovers, can you give me a leaf? I will be extremely grateful. Wu Qinggang's smile froze for a moment before he laughed again. However, he restrained himself and said, we'll see. To break through to the 6th level of the Star Vortex realm, and reach the 6th level of the Star Vortex realm, the 6th level of the Star Vortex realm, the 6th level of the Star Vortex realm, or even the 6th level of the Star Vortex realm, Wu Qinggang was not willing to give a leaf to Gong Yunxiu. Gong Yunxiu could tell that Wu Qinggang's words were perfunctory, and she didn't feel good about it. However, Wu Qinggang had obtained this opportunity. In the future, he would either be 1st or 2nd amongst the core disciples. Gong Yunxiu still had to force a smile and get closer to Wu Qinggang. Yi Xing had been standing at the side, watching the two fight and talking. When they finished talking, he walked towards Wu Qinggang. Junior brother Yi. Wu Qinggang saw Yi Xing and was in a good mood. He waved at Yi Xing and said, since your duel with Zhen Prison Temple, I've been paying attention to you. You're very good. Although your talent is not good, there's nothing to say about other aspects. You're a rare talent. Haha. If you have any difficulties in the future, don't hesitate to look for me. Junior brother Ye's problems are my problems. As Wu Qinggang spoke, he patted his chest with a thumping sound. When Gong Yunxiu saw Wu Qinggang's attitude towards Yi Xing, she couldn't help but feel regret. If I had known earlier, I would have given him the 5-leaf ice lotus. He would definitely be very grateful to me. If I had any difficulties in the future, he would definitely help me. Sigh. In the end, Yi Xing got it. Wu Qiufeng and Lin Yuan were also envious of the relationship between Yi Xing and Wu Qinggang. Only Lin Tongyu couldn't bear to look at it. She turned her head to the side and laughed secretly. She knew very well why Yi Xing had proposed this method of distribution. She also knew what Yi Xing wanted to do now. However, Wu Qinggang still thought that Yi Xing was flattering him and hugging his thigh. The more Lin Tongyu thought about it, the more she found it funny. Yi Xing looked at Wu Qinggang's excitement and was speechless. It made it difficult for him to say what he wanted to say next. However, he still had to say what he wanted to say. The 5-leaf ice lotus could allow him to break through the 4th level of the celestial vortex realm immediately and become a mid-level martial saint. Yi Xing stopped a few dozen feet away from Wu Qinggang and said, Senior brother Wu, I think you're celebrating too early. The 5-leaf ice lotus hasn't been given to you yet. Wu Qinggang was so excited that he didn't understand Yi Xing's meaning. He said, no rush, no rush. It'll mature soon. Sooner or later it will be in my hands. Ha! Yi Xing rolled his eyes and said, I mean maybe someone else will challenge you. Wu Qinggang waved his hand. He looked past Yi Xing and scanned the others. He said loudly, Who else dares to challenge me? No, senior brother Wu. Wu Qiufeng and Lin Yuan hurriedly said. Lin Tongyu looked to the other side. Obviously, She had no intention of challenging Wu Qinggang. Wu Qingyang's mouth cracked open. He wanted to laugh and say, "Look, who dares to challenge me?" However, when his gaze fell on Yixing, he saw Yixing pointing at him. Yixing said, "For example, what about me?" Wu Qinggang was stunned. Then he laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Other than Lin Tongyu, the others were also stunned. Then they laughed like Wu Qinggang. Yixing shrugged speechlessly. "Is it that funny?" "It's funny. Your joke is too funny, ha 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 ha." Wu Qinggang was still laughing. However, when he looked at Yixing's serious face and laughed, Wu Qinggang felt that something was amiss. His voice gradually became softer. In the end, Wu Qinggang stopped laughing and looked at Yixing in confusion. "Junior brother Yi, you're not serious, are you?" Yixing nodded with a serious expression. "It's true, senior brother Wu. The 5-leaf ice lotus belongs to me. No one can take it away from me." The others who were still laughing stopped at that moment. They looked at Yixing in shock. They did not understand what was going on. "The 5-leaf ice lotus belongs to you? Bah." Wu Qingyang's impression of Yixing took a turn for the worse. He thought that Yixing was flattering him, but it turned out that he was self-righteous. Yixing's plan was for him? He, Wu Qinggang, was just a chess piece in Yixing's plan? Wu Qinggang, who finally figured it out, was furious. He said angrily, "You're just an inner disciple. Do you think you have the strength to challenge me, Wu Qinggang, just because you defeated Ma Ji? Bah. You're just an ant in my eyes. I'll stomp you to death 1,000,000 times over." Yixing's expression was normal. He was neither happy nor irritated. He said calmly, "Senior brother Wu, what if the ant in your eyes defeated you? What would you be then?" End of 4th update. Seeking monthly votes. Chapter 243. As he spoke, Yixing raised his hand and the purple feather spear appeared in his hand. In an instant, his aura became dignified and majestic like a mountain. With the purple feather spear in his hand, Yixing's aura changed greatly. No one dared to underestimate him anymore. Even Wu Qinggang, who regarded Yixing as an ant, was stunned at this moment and revealed a trace of seriousness. He could feel that Yixing in front of him was an expert. However, Wu Qingyang's confidence was indestructible. Even though Yixing was stronger than he had imagined, Wu Qinggang did not think that Yixing would be a match for him. There was a difference of 2 realms between their cultivations. Wu Qinggang smiled coldly and said, "Very good. Yixing, you are also a rare person. Your ability to challenge those of a higher realm is indeed extraordinary. However, don't let your confidence get to your head. Even if your strength is comparable to a 5-star martial saint, it is not worth mentioning in front of me, Wu Qinggang. I will let you know the difference between an ordinary 5-star martial saint and a peak 5-star martial saint." Yixing's expression was indifferent. "If we are comparing words, there is indeed a difference between us." Gong Yunxiu and the rest were stunned. Lin Tongyu, on the other hand, burst out laughing. Only now did she realize that Yixing's mouth was not inferior to his heaven-defying strength. Wu Qinggang was enraged and roared, "You are courting death." As he spoke, Wu Qingyang's aura had already condensed to the extreme. He activated the black water dragon fist and punched out. The fist radiance was world-shocking. It turned into a huge black dragon and instantly rushed out dozens of feet. There was a sharp piercing sound in the air. On the ground below, earth and rocks were sent flying. Just the friction of the force at the edge of the collision had already created a deep trench. The power of this punch was shocking and unstoppable. Wu Qingyang's goal was obvious. In his rage, he wanted to knock out Yixing with a single punch and inflict heavy injuries on him, carving a painful memory into Yixing that he would never forget for the rest of his life. Gong Yunxiu and the others were gloating. Wu Qin had used his full strength right from the start. Even a 5-star martial sage would not be able to block his punch. Even Gong Yunxiu, who was a late-level 5-star martial sage, had to use her astrology to block his punch. In their opinion, Yixing would surely be defeated by Wu Qingyang's punch. Even Lin Tongyu, who had a better understanding of Yixing's strength, was shocked when she saw Wu Qingyang's unparalleled punch. She began to worry for Yi Xing. Compared to Wu Qingyang's punch, the frost python's strength was several levels weaker. Yi Xing's ability to defeat the frost python was nothing. In the face of this unparalleled fist, the only person who remained calm was Yi Xing himself. His expression was calm, his eyes were emotionless, the purple feather spear in his hand pierced out like lightning. Dark Spirit Spear Art, Spiritual Light Flash. The purple feather spear shot out a dark spear radiance that contained the power of darkness. It caused the surroundings of the spear radiance to turn dark instantly. The entire space was shrouded in darkness. The spear radiance pierced through and struck the black dragon. The fist radiance instantly shattered and splashed in all directions. The black dragon was like a snake that had been stabbed at its weak point. It twisted and quickly disappeared without a trace. Yi Xing's spear had completely destroyed Wu Qingyang's unparalleled punch. Wu Qingyang was stunned. Gong Yunxiu and the others were also stunned. Lin Tongyu's nervousness instantly turned into joy. Her eyes were filled with shock. She was also stunned. Yi Xing did not use the power of astrology, but he had easily broken Wu Qingyang's attack. His strength had far exceeded their expectations. Especially Gong Yunxiu, her eyes were filled with disbelief. She had to use the power of astrology to block this punch. Didn't this mean that her strength was inferior to Yi Xing's? Wu Qingyang's eyes flashed with surprise. He said, "No wonder you are so confident. It turns out that your attainment in the Dark Spirit Spear art has reached such a level. Unfortunately, the punch just now was just an ordinary move from the Black Water Dragon fist. Now, I will use the real ultimate move. Let's see how you block it." Yi Xing smiled faintly. "If you only use your mouth and not your hands, it would indeed be difficult for me to block it." Lin Tongyu laughed again. Although Yi Xing did not talk as much as Wu Qingyang, in terms of attack power, he was far superior. Indeed, Yi Xing's mood had been calm and unaffected. Wu Qingyang, on the other hand, was enraged by Yi Xing Black Water Dragon Fist. Dragon annihilates the world. Wu Qingyang roared, almost roaring. His voice, which contained the celestial essence, shook the surrounding void, causing ripples to appear one after another. Boom 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 boom. In the blink of an eye, Wu Qingyang punched 7 times in a row. 7 black water dragons rushed out almost at the same time, each letting out a dragon cry, their power shaking the sky. In the next water chamber, the 7 black water dragons all rushed toward Yi Xing. In the instant before the attack, the 7 dragons combined into one, and their might increased explosively by 7 times. They transformed into a huge black dragon that was hundreds of feet long. And it really did possess the terrifying might to destroy everything in its path. Dark Spirit Spear Art, Dark Spirit Spear. Yi Xing's expression was still calm, but in his heart, he was extremely afraid of Wu Qingyang's dragon annihilates the world. Therefore, he used the ultimate move of the Dark Spirit Spear Art to block it. The Dark Spirit Spear was almost a spear of destruction. Once this move was used, dozens of feet in front of it would be razed to the ground. If it met a mountain, it would break a mountain. If it met a stone, it would break a stone. If it met a god, it would kill a god. If it met a Buddha, it would kill a Buddha. It was similar to the terrifying power of the dragon annihilates the world, which destroyed everything in front of it. However, the Dark Spirit Spear Art was a middle-grade spiritual martial art, while the Black Water Dragon Fist was a low-grade spiritual martial art. Moreover, Yi Xing's Dark Spirit Spear Art had reached the initial stage, and he had gone far in the initial stage. In terms of the power of martial arts, Wu Qingyang's Black Water Dragon Fist had not reached perfection, so it was naturally inferior. Not to mention, Yi Xing's Spear Art also contained the power of darkness, which made the Dark Spirit Spear Art even more terrifying. However, Wu Qingyang also had his strong points. That was, his cultivation was as high as the peak of the 5th level of the Star Vortex realm. His celestial essence was much more powerful than Yi Xing's. The power of martial arts depended on one's attainment and the strength of the celestial essence. Yi Xing and Wu Qingyang each had advantages in these 2 aspects. In comparison, the final power of the 2 ultimate moves reached a relatively equal level. If there was a need to determine who was better, Yixing was better because of the power of darkness. Boom! The Dark Spirit Spear Art, Dragon Destroyer of the World. The two ultimate moves collided, creating an earth-shaking explosion. The ground between Yixing and Wu Qinggang instantly exploded into a huge pit. Dirt and stones flew everywhere, and the violent airflow burst out in all directions, forming a circle of impact ripples. Lin Tongyu, Gong Yunxiu, and the others kept retreating, looking shocked. In the blink of an eye, the smoke and dust dissipated, revealing the two figures. Yixing stood still with his spear like a mountain. He stood in the same place and did not retreat half a step. On the other hand, Wu Qinggang was a little embarrassed. He took a few steps back to dissolve the terrifying impact. His eyes were filled with shock. He never thought that he would be at a disadvantage after using his ultimate move. Dark Spirit Spear Art, Divine Light Flash. This time, Yixing did not give Wu Qinggang a chance to talk nonsense. The super brain scanned, and the smoke and dust did not affect his vision. The purple feather spear shot out a black spear aura, piercing towards Wu Qinggang in a flash. Wu Qingyang's hair stood on end. The sharp aura made his heart ache. If the spear hit him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Whoosh! The spear was fierce, and Wu Qinggang did not dare to take it head-on. He immediately retreated. Divine Light Flash. Yixing's spear missed, so he struck again. He fought speed with speed, and it was still the Divine Light Flash that focused on extreme speed. The spear aura was like black lightning, cutting through the void in an instant. A ray of starlight shot out from between Wu Qingyang's brows, forming a planet covered in water that floated in the air. Superior Astrology, Water Star. Under Yixing's attack, Wu Qinggang took the initiative to use the power of astrology. In an instant, endless water star power fell and enveloped Wu Qinggang. His black water dragon fist's power exploded. Boom! Wu Qinggang punched out, and the black dragon roared out, baring its fangs and claws. The black spear aura was dispersed by the black dragon fist. Yixing felt the purple feather spear in his hand shake violently. A huge force hit him, and his body flew backward. He was pushed back by Wu Qingyang's punch. Boom! Boom 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 boom. Wu Qin had just gained the upper hand, and he was not going to let his opponent off. He continuously threw out the black water dragon fists. Each punch was faster than the last, and the power of each punch was earth-shattering. Everywhere he hit, dust flew everywhere, and rocks flew into the air. Heavenly bat steps. Wu Qingyang's power was at its peak, and Yixing could not compete with him. He moved at full speed, and like a phantom he shuttled through the void and changed his position, dodging his opponent's attacks one by one. I plan to update 5 times today. 3 more monthly votes, and I'll be in the top 50. Looking forward to it. Chapter 244. With the super brain scanning, Yixing could see Wu Qingyang's every move clearly. He was always able to predict his opponent's moves. In addition, he had the heavenly bat steps that had merged with the wind force. He was indeed as fast as lightning. Although Wu Qingyang's attacks were fierce, he could not do anything to Yixing. Although Wu Qinggang had the upper hand, he did not look happy. He had relied on the power of the astrology to gain the upper hand. Even so, he could not defeat Yixing quickly. If Yixing also used the power of the astrology, wouldn't the situation be even worse? Gong Yunxiu and the others had the same thought. From the looks of it, Yixing was almost certain to win. They had never expected this result. Yixing was only a 3-star martial saint. It was unbelievable that he had such heaven-defying strength. In the distance, Xueling, Shenhan, and Chaozhou were also shocked. They were petrified on the spot like statues. They had been waiting to see the scene of Yixing being taught a lesson by Wu Qinggang. Unfortunately, the scene they saw was beyond their expectations. Yixing was much stronger than they had imagined. When they thought of how they had looked down on Yixing and wanted to take away Yixing's ice lotus, they could not help but feel a chill down their spines. Time passed second by second. Soon Wu Qinggang had thrown dozens of punches. Although Yixing had always dodged Wu Qingyang's attacks and counterattacked from time to time, he was always at a disadvantage. He did not use the astrology to turn the tables. This made everyone puzzled. Could it be that Yixing's astrology was a useless astrology? Using it was the same as not using it, so he did not use it? With Yixing's heaven-defying battle prowess, his horoscope shouldn't be too bad. On the contrary, his mandate of heaven was low, but he rose quickly on the path of martial arts. He should have a good horoscope. However, Yixing was at a disadvantage and was unable to make a comeback. It was suspicious that he had not used his astrology for a long time. Everyone recalled that ever since Yixing had broken through to the martial saint realm and become an inner disciple, he had fought against Zhenqiu Temple and Ma Ji. In every battle, Yixing had never used the power of his astrology. Lin Tongyu in particular had witnessed Yixing killing the frost python and fighting Xue Ling without using the power of astrology. A martial saint who had never used his astrology in battle and was at a disadvantage without being able to turn the tables around. Perhaps the only explanation for this was that his astrology was useless. He must have a useless astrology. He must have a useless astrology. If that's the case, senior brother Wu will win for sure and Yixing will lose for sure. On the distant ice mountain, Xue Ling couldn't help but cheer when she saw that Yixing hadn't used his astrological power for a long time. When she thought of Yixing's defeat, the gloominess on her face disappeared and was replaced by joy. In the ice mountain valley, Lin Tongyu gradually frowned, while Gong Yunxiu and the others couldn't help but sigh. Whether Yixing or Wu Chungang had obtained the five-leaf ice lotus, it had nothing to do with them. However, they wanted to see Yixing, a 3-star martial saint, defeat Wu Chungang, a peak 5-star martial saint. Seeing that Yixing was about to lose, they sighed. 50 moves. 100 moves. 150 moves. Although Yixing was at a disadvantage, his lightness skill was outstanding. Coupled with the super brain scanning Wu Chungang, he could predict his opponent's moves and always managed to dodge Wu Chunggang's killing moves at the last moment. It seemed dangerous, but in fact it was safe. After more than 150 moves, he was not completely defeated. It was a miracle in itself to be able to persist for so long when he was at a disadvantage. It was amazing. Moreover, people couldn't help but speculate that if the fight went on like this, Yixing would use his lightness skill to dodge and only counterattack from time to time. His celestial essence consumption would be low, so he could maintain it for a long time. Wu Chunggang's moves were fierce and powerful, but his celestial essence consumption was high. If the fight went on for a long time, and Yixing was not defeated, wouldn't Wu Chungang be exhausted to death? Although Wu Chunggang's celestial essence was very rich, it would take him at least 1,000 moves to exhaust his celestial essence. However, if Yixing was not defeated, it was possible. Of course, this was just a guess. Wu Chungang was not stupid enough to attack desperately until his celestial essence was exhausted. At a certain point, he would stop attacking and switch to defense, slowing down his consumption. In this way, he would be in an invincible position. Therefore, it was impossible to defeat Wu Chungang in a battle of attrition. Thinking about it carefully, since there was no chance of winning, it was better to admit defeat early. Of course, this was the idea of Gong Yunxiu and the others. Not Yixing. Yixing's thoughts, of course, were not something that people like them could understand. During the fight, Yixing had been paying attention to the state of the 5-leaf ice lotus. After 150 moves, the 5-leaf ice lotus was about to mature. Wu Chunggang's attack speed is very fast. In this state, it's very suitable for him to cultivate the heavenly bat steps. It's a pity that the 5-leaf ice lotus is about to mature. This battle cannot be dragged on any longer, Yixing secretly said in his heart. It turned out that the reason why Yixing had been fighting with Wu Chungang using his movement technique was not to stall for time, nor to compete with Wu Chunggang's consumption, but to improve his attainments in the heavenly bat steps. If Wu Chungang knew that Yixing treated him as a sparring partner during the fight, he would be so ashamed that he would dig a hole and hide in it on the spot. The 5-leaf ice lotus is about to mature. The outcome of their fight has not been decided yet. Who does the 5-leaf ice lotus belong to? Do they have to divide it equally? Yixing was not the only one paying attention to the 5-leaf ice lotus. The spectators were all talking about it. At this moment, Wu Chunggang's attacks suddenly became more violent. He wanted to get the 5-leaf ice lotus. He wanted to defeat Yi Xing before the 5-leaf ice lotus was fully mature. However, at this moment, a scene that exceeded everyone's expectations appeared. Wuxia ray of starlight shot out from between Yi Xing's eyebrows and turned into a huge flaming star. Yi Xing had used the power of his astrology. Everyone who had suspected Yi Xing to be a useless astrologer was dumbfounded. It turned out that Yi Xing's astrology was not useless. In fact, it was not weak at all. It was a fire attribute astrology and seemed to be a superior astrology, Earth-Fire Star. Once the flaming astrology was released, Yi Xing's astral power surged. The purple feather spear stabbed out. Not only was there a dark spear light, there was also a layer of illusory flame. This layer of illusory flame not only contained the power of the flaming astrology, but also the power of the starfire seed in Yi Xing's dantian, and the power of fire. It was the same spear move, but with the addition of 3 powerful forces, Yi Xing's strength skyrocketed and reached an extremely terrifying level. Boom! Wherever the purple feather spear passed, nothing could stop it. Mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. The black dragon fist light suddenly became fragile under the purple feather spear, and was easily torn apart. The spear light shot out, and the spear shadows were everywhere. In the blink of an eye, the black dragon fist light that filled the sky was completely destroyed. Then, one after another, the spear light came from all directions and attacked Wu Qinggang, launching a counterattack. Wu Qinggang's expression instantly turned to shock, and there was a trace of fear. He never expected that Yi Xing not only had an astrology that was not inferior to his, but also that his strength after using the astrology had become so terrifying. The increase in strength was much higher than when he used the water star astrology. Yi Xing had comprehended the power of fire, and had the fire seed. Together with the flaming astrology, his strength had skyrocketed. Naturally, this was not something that Wu Qinggang's water star astrology could compare to. Puff! When the spear shadows fell, Wu Qinggang spat out blood and shot backward. His body was covered in blood, and there were several terrifying wounds. He was already seriously injured. If these wounds were in vital areas, Wu Qinggang would have died. Obviously, it was not that Yi Xing could not attack Wu Qinggang's vital areas, but that he had been merciful. Wu Qinggang fell to the ground far away, and let out a painful groan. His body rolled a few times before stopping. He quickly tapped a few acupoints to stop the bleeding. His injuries looked terrible, but they were insignificant. For a martial saint, it would not take long for them to recover. Yi Xing landed on the ground and used the heavenly bat steps. He quickly entered the depths of the valley and came to the side of the 5-leaf ice lotus. At this time, the 5-leaf ice lotus had just matured. The fragrance in the air instantly faded. Yi Xing acted decisively and uprooted the 5-leaf ice lotus. He smiled from the bottom of his heart. With the 5-leaf ice lotus, breaking through to the 4-star martial saint level was right in front of him. Second update. Chapter 245. Gong Yunxiu and the rest were still in shock. Yi Xing and Wu Qinggang's battle had gone through many twists and turns, and they had already guessed the result. However, they could not help but doubt that the result was still the same, which was already beyond their expectations. Looking at the 5-leaf ice lotus in Yi Xing's hand, Gong Yunxiu and the rest were envious, but no one said anything. No one dared to ask Yi Xing to share the 5-leaf ice lotus in his hand. At this moment, Yi Xing was no longer an insignificant inner disciple in their eyes, but a terrifying expert who had defeated Wu Qinggang, who was ranked 4th among the core disciples. On the ice mountain in the distance, Xue Ling was somewhat dazed. This result was a huge blow to her. As for Shen Han and Chao Zhuo, they sighed repeatedly. Their hearts were filled with respect for Yi Xing, and they no longer dared to look down on him. Junior brother Yi, congratulations. Lin Tongyu walked towards Yi Xing. You will soon break through to the 4th level of the Celestial Vortex realm, and become a mid-level martial saint, and be promoted to a core disciple. Yi Xing smiled and nodded, saying, Senior sister Lin also has a share of this 5-leaf ice lotus. What? As soon as he said this, Gong Yunxiu, Wu Qiufeng, Lin Yuan, and the rest were all stunned. and their gazes turned towards Yixing. How precious was the 5-leaf ice lotus! Yixing had defeated Wu Qinggang with great difficulty and obtained this 5-leaf ice lotus, and he actually wanted to share it with Lin Tongyu, Gong Xiuyun, and the rest. They could not help but wonder if they had heard wrongly. Wu Qinggang, who was recuperating in the distance, could not help but open his eyes and look towards Yixing when he heard this. If he had obtained the 5-leaf ice lotus, he would never give it to anyone. Even if it was just half a leaf, he would never give it to anyone. A brilliant smile appeared on Lin Tongyu's face as she said, "Junior Marshal Brother Yi, how much a person gains depends on how much they put in. Although you and I discovered this 5-leaf ice lotus together, if it wasn't for you, it would have long been taken away by others. I didn't put in the slightest bit of effort, so how could I get a share of the gains? I'm already very happy that you have such intentions, but you should still use it yourself. Your cultivation talent isn't very outstanding, so you just need the 5-leaf ice lotus to increase your cultivation." Yixing shook his head. He felt that Lin Tongyu should get a share of the harvest. If it wasn't for the fact that he was teaming up with Lin Tongyu, he wouldn't have slowed down. He didn't know how far ahead he was already. Furthermore, the fragrance of the ice lotus could only spread for 100 miles. He had no chance of encountering the 5-leaf ice lotus at all. It was only because he teamed up with Lin Tongyu that he had this chance. With this chance, he was able to obtain the 5-leaf ice lotus. Although Yixing was the one who put in the effort, if it wasn't for Lin Tongyu, Yixing wouldn't have been able to obtain the 5-leaf ice lotus. Yixing said, "Since we discovered it together, then it belongs to the two of us. I can't take away your share just because I put in the effort to protect my share. 5 leaves aren't easy to divide equally. Since I put in more effort, then I'll take 3 leaves. The other 2 leaves and the root are yours." Lin Tongyu calmly looked at Yixing. This time she didn't smile from happiness. Instead, her gaze gradually changed as she looked at Yixing unknowingly. Yixing had left a deep impression in her heart. In the end, a faint smile appeared on Lin Tongyu's face as she said, "Since you insist on giving me a share, then I'll give you a share. However, I have a condition. You take 3 leaves first. If your cultivation breaks through to the 4th level of the Star Vortex realm, then I'll take the other 2. If your cultivation doesn't break through, then you can continue to take them until you break through to the 4th level of the Star Martial Saint realm. The remaining leaves will then belong to me." Yixing nodded. His gaze swept across the surroundings as he said, "Let's leave this place first and find a place to break through to the next level." Looking at Yixing and Lin Tongyu's backs as they left, Gong Xiuyun's expression was a little lonely. She sighed softly in a low voice. It seems that what sets him apart from the masses is not only his powerful battle strength, but also his way of dealing with people, his temperament and character. Just in this aspect, there are very few people who can be compared to him, not to mention his powerful battle strength. "Senior Sister Gong, what did you say?" Lin Yuan could not help but ask when she heard Gong Yunxiu muttering to herself. Gong Yunxiu glanced at Wu Qinggang in the distance and said indifferently, "Nothing. Let's go." Yixing left the icy valley where the 5-leaf ice lotus grew. He came to a majestic ice mountain and stopped in his tracks. The view here was broad. Yixing stood on the mountain slope and said, "Senior Sister Lin, I'll break through to the next level here. Senior Sister, please protect me." Lin Tongyu nodded and climbed to the highest point of the mountain slope, where the view was the best. She said, "Don't worry about breaking through to the next level. I won't let anyone or any demonic beasts come near here." "Thank you, Senior Sister Lin." Yixing sat cross-legged on a piece of frozen stone. The heat emitted by the starfire seed evaporated all the ice on the stone in the blink of an eye. Yixing took out the 5-leaf ice lotus, plucked a leaf and placed it in his mouth. Once the leaf of the ice lotus entered his mouth, it turned into a cold current and flowed into Yixing's abdomen. The extremely cold ice chi immediately caused a layer of frost to form wherever the cold current passed. Yixing felt as though he was going to be frozen into a statue. The ice lotus was an extremely cold spiritual medicine. The stronger the medicinal effect, the stronger the cold nature. Although the five-leaf ice lotus was an extremely rare and precious spiritual medicine, one could not consume it without reaching a certain level of cultivation. Since the five-leaf ice lotus was a spiritual medicine that could raise the cultivation of a middle-level martial sage, one had to be a middle-level martial sage to be able to withstand the cold chi of the five-leaf ice lotus. Even if a beginner-level martial sage obtained the five-leaf ice lotus, without the help of an expert, he would most likely be frozen into an ice statue by the extreme cold chi and die. Although Yixing was a beginner-level martial sage, he was different. He cultivated the pure yuan technique, an inferior-grade spiritual martial inheritance. The strength of his star essence was very high. It was stronger than the star essence of a 4-star martial sage. Therefore, under the cold chi of the five-leaf ice lotus, Yixing only felt extremely cold. However, he was able to withstand it and was not really frozen into an ice statue. Moreover, in Yixing's dantian, there was a spiritual treasure of yang in the world, the starfire seed. The starfire seed was located in the dantian and was closely connected to Yixing's body. When the cold chi in Yixing's body intensified, the starfire seed immediately sensed it and emitted a terrifying heat. In a flash, it neutralized the cold chi. When the liquid from the ice lotus leaf flowed into his stomach, there was no more cold chi, only pure medicinal power. Yixing operated the pure yuan technique and rapidly absorbed the medicinal liquid from the ice lotus leaf. Because there was no more cold chi, the absorption was extremely fast. It was as easy as turning over one's hand. Every minute, every second, a large amount of the ice lotus leaf's medicinal liquid was absorbed by Yixing. Yixing's star essence was constantly strengthened, and his star essence was also constantly increasing. His cultivation was soaring at a speed visible to the naked eye. Without the cold chi, the absorption speed of the ice lotus leaf's medicinal liquid was too fast. In less than 50 breaths, Yixing had completely absorbed and refined it. The difference between a beginner-level martial sage and an intermediate-level martial sage was the difference between a beginner-level martial sage and an intermediate-level martial sage. It was a threshold in the martial sage realm. Although the five-leaf ice lotus leaf's medicinal power was extremely strong and could allow an intermediate-level martial sage to break through, Yixing could not break through to the 4-star martial sage realm with just one leaf. Yixing was not in a hurry. He took out the second leaf and ate it. Just like the previous one, the ice lotus leaf entered his mouth and quickly turned into a cold current. Then, the star flame seed quickly neutralized the cold chi, leaving behind only a pure medicinal liquid for Yixing to absorb and refine. Yixing's cultivation continued to improve at a speed visible to the naked eye. The second leaf still did not allow Yixing's cultivation to break through. Yixing then ate the third leaf. Finally, when Yixing absorbed about half of the medicinal liquid from the third ice lotus leaf, Yixing's cultivation finally made a qualitative breakthrough. The star vortex in his dantian had expanded by a full circle. His body, which was originally filled with star essence, suddenly felt a lot more comfortable and could now accommodate more star essence. Moreover, the strength of his star essence had also greatly improved along with his cultivation from a beginner-level martial sage to an intermediate-level martial sage. The pure essence technique, with the help of the breakthrough in his cultivation, naturally broke through to the highest realm. The star essence in Yixing's body had also reached the peak of the pure essence technique. In terms of star essence intensity alone, even a 5-star martial sage who cultivated a low-grade spiritual martial inheritance to the highest realm would be inferior to Yixing. Chapter 246. From now on he was a 4-star martial saint, a member of the intermediate martial saint realm. In thee he was a core disciple, the highest group among the younger disciples. Once upon a time, Yixing was a legendary existence to martial sages. At that time, Yixing's goal was to become a martial sage. Now Yixing had only been in the Starland for slightly more than a year, but he had already achieved his goal. Moreover, not only had he become a martial sage, but he had also become an intermediate martial sage. With his powerful combat strength, he was definitely one of the strongest among the intermediate martial sages. After his cultivation had broken through, Yixing did not stop. Instead, he continued to cultivate. He had only absorbed half of the medicinal liquid from the third ice lotus leaf. He continued to absorb and refine it, stabilizing his cultivation that had just broken through. The medicinal power of the remaining half of the ice lotus leaf was quite strong. Yixing's cultivation continued to improve by leaps and bounds. Soon he stabilized it and finally rose to the intermediate level 4. If he ate the remaining 2 leaves, Yixing was confident that he could raise his cultivation to the peak level 4. However, he did not necessarily need to consume the ice lotus leaf to raise his cultivation. He still had some Saint Spirit pills, which were excellent spiritual medicines to raise his cultivation to the intermediate martial sage realm. Yixing stopped cultivating and opened his eyes. Like a flash of lightning, he was filled with a sharp and domineering aura. After becoming a 4-star martial sage, Yixing could feel the power in his body. If he were to duel with Wu Qinggang now, he would be able to defeat him easily without using his astrology. Junior brother Yi, you have finally become a 4-star martial sage. Congratulations. From now on, you are a true core disciple. Lin Tongyu walked over with a joyful expression, and said with a smile. Yixing nodded at Lin Tongyu and said to himself, I used to be ignorant and thought that the martial sage realm was the peak of martial arts. It was only when Master explained martial arts to me that I realized that I was a frog at the bottom of a well. The profoundness of martial arts is far beyond my imagination. A core disciple of even in the younger generation of the Qingyan region is not considered outstanding. Becoming a core disciple of the Falling Star sect is nothing. Don't be complacent, you have to continue to work. Yixing handed the ice lotus leaf, and Lin Tongyu, the ice lotus leaf, and said Lin Tongyu, Senior Sister Lin, I took 3 leaves and became a 4-star martial sage. It seems you has took 2 leaves. Lin Tongyu put away the ice lotus that only had 2 leaves left. She was not in a hurry to consume it. Instead, she said, the ice lotus leaf is a peerless elixir used by middle-level martial sages to increase their cultivation. I will keep it for now. When I reach the peak of the 4th-level star vortex realm, I will consume it and become a 5-star martial sage. After a pause, Lin Tongyu continued, if you reach the peak of the 4th-level star vortex realm before me, tell me that these 2 ice lotus leaves can help you reach the 5th-level star vortex realm sooner. Yixing waved his hand and said, let's talk about the future. Let's go to the Starry Hall first. Lin Tongyu nodded. Let's go. The journey to the Ice Mountain region was smooth. 3 days later, the 2 of them passed through the Ice Mountain region. After the Ice Mountain region, they arrived at the core area of the Secret Realm, which was also the largest area. The Starry Hall was located at the center of this area. However, every time the Secret Realm opened, the Starry Hall would only appear after a month. Otherwise, it would always be sealed. Even if they reached there, they would not be able to see the Starry Hall. After traveling for more than 10 days in the 3 perilous lands, they spent the rest of the time in the core area. In the core area, there were mountains, rivers, and lakes. It was lush and full of vitality. It was no different from the outside world. Moreover, because there were few people here and the star yuan qi was abundant, it was suitable for the growth of spiritual herbs. Therefore, before the Starry Hall opened, the disciples who arrived at the core area would first search for spiritual herbs. The value of spiritual herbs was remarkable. Every stalk of spiritual herb was a great gain. However, because the core disciples of the Falling Star sect would enter the Fallen Star secret realm every 3 years, it was not easy to find a stalk of mature spiritual herb, even though it was suitable for the growth of spiritual herbs. The maturity of spiritual herbs ranged from a few decades to a few hundred years. The time span was very long. It was rare to find a spiritual herb that just happened to mature since no one had come here for 3 years. A spiritual herb that just matured was a low-grade spiritual herb. A spiritual herb that was more than 200 years old was a middle-grade spiritual herb. A spiritual herb that was more than 500 years old was a high-grade spiritual herb. A spiritual herb that was more than 1,000 years old was a supreme-grade spiritual herb. Every 3 years, A group of falling star sect's core disciples would come here to pick spiritual herbs. Therefore, it was possible to find a spiritual herb that had just matured. However, it was almost impossible to find a spiritual herb that had matured for a long time, or even a middle-grade spiritual herb. That was only true for the other disciples, with the exception of Yixing. When they arrived at the core area, Yixing and Lin Tongyu formed a team to search for spiritual herbs as usual. Yixing's vision, X-ray vision, and super brain scanning ability were once again displayed. For ordinary disciples, finding 1 or 2 stalks of spiritual herbs that had just matured in a day was already a good harvest. Those who were unlucky might not even find a single stalk. As for Yixing, he could easily find 10 stalks of spiritual herbs that had matured in a day. Lin Tongyu followed behind Yixing. She only saw Yixing pulling out a stalk of spiritual herb from a crack in a rock, digging out a stalk of spiritual herb from a pile of mud, or finding a stalk of spiritual herb from a thick bush. Or in short, Yixing was always able to find a stalk of spiritual herb or several stalks of spiritual herbs from unexpected places. Moreover, at least half of these spiritual herbs had not matured in the past 3 years. They had been missed by the core disciples who had entered the secret realm before. Some of the spiritual herbs were as old as 150 to 60 years old. This meant that there had been at least 10 or 20 times when the falling star secret realm had opened, and the core disciples who had entered had not found these mature spiritual herbs. Especially on the 4th day, Yixing dug out a crack in a rock and pulled out 3 stalks of Holy Spirit herbs that had matured for a long time. Yixing did not know how to tell the exact age of spiritual herbs, but he could feel that these 4 stalks of Holy Spirit herbs were definitely not less than 200 years old. Lin Tongyu knew how to tell the age of spiritual herbs. When she saw the 3 stalks of Holy Spirit herbs in Yixing's hands, she was instantly surprised. Senior Sister Lin, these 3 stalks of Holy Spirit herbs should not be young. Take a look and see how old they are. Yixing handed the 3 stalks of Holy Spirit herbs to Lin Tongyu. Oh my God, these are at least a few hundred years old. Lin Tongyu exclaimed in shock after just a cursory glance. She then carefully identified them and said, "These 3 stalks are all middle-grade spiritual herbs. The 2 smaller ones are between 250 to 300 years old. The biggest one is between 450 to 500 years old." So old. This big one is almost an upper-grade spiritual herb. When Yixing heard Lin Tongyu's judgment, he was also shocked. He thought that they were all over 200 years old. He did not expect them to be so old. Holy Spirit herbs were the main ingredient in refining Holy Spirit pills. Holy Spirit pills were spiritual pills that could increase one's cultivation. These kinds of spiritual pills were very precious. Middle-grade Holy Spirit pills could increase one's cultivation rapidly between middle-grade and high-grade martial saints. If it was an upper-grade Holy Spirit pill, it would be even more amazing. Even immortals in the astral realm would need it. The biggest stalk of Holy Spirit herb was actually more than 450 years old. It was only a few years away from becoming an upper-grade spiritual herb. Once it became an upper-grade spiritual herb, its value would increase by more than 10 times. Yixing held the biggest stalk of Holy Spirit herb and said, "What a pity. If I had known that it would become an upper-grade spiritual herb, I would not have pulled it out. I would have told the sect the location of this spiritual herb. In a few decades, we would have been able to pick an upper-grade spiritual herb." Lin Tongyu looked at Yixing strangely and said, "You are so strange. If it were someone else, they would only hate themselves for picking too few spiritual herbs. Who would be willing to leave the spiritual herbs that they see for others to pick?" Although Yixing had adapted to life in the star continent, he was still from Earth. His mentality was still that of an Earthling. He valued sustainable development. On the other hand, the star continent valued the strong. Everything was based on one's own strength. They did not care about how much benefit something would bring to others. They only cared about how much benefit it would bring to oneself. Of course, nothing was absolute. These were only relative. It was just that the customs of the 2 worlds were different and did not apply to everyone. Chapter 247. Obtaining these 3 Saint Spirit grasses is more rewarding than all the other spiritual herbs. Let's continue searching and see if we can find any other spiritual herbs that are as old as them. In the following period of time, Yixing found a few more spiritual herbs. However, he did not come across any saint spiritual herbs that were more than 200 years old. On the 9th day, Yixing found another mid-grade herb that was over 200 years old. It was a flowered orchid with healing properties. Its value could only be higher than the Saint Spirit grasses. After that, no more mid-grade herbs were found. In the last few days, Yixing and Lin Tongyu stopped searching for herbs and only headed towards the center of the core area. The 1-month deadline was approaching and the seal of the Stellar Hall was about to open. It was time to break through the Stellar Hall. All the core disciples would gather in the Stellar Hall. When Yixing and Lin Tongyu arrived outside the Stellar Hall, more than 10 core disciples had already gathered. Junior sister Lin, I finally found you. Where have you been since you arrived at the core area? You've made me suffer. When Yixing and Lin Tongyu were still 1,000 meters away from the Stellar Hall, a core disciple rushed out. This person's white robe fluttered in the wind. From afar he looked extraordinary. However, his eyes were as sharp as swords and his face was as sharp as a knife. One look and you could tell that he was a flamboyant person. This is second senior brother Qi Jingyang. An annoying fly. Lin Tongyu first transmitted her voice to Yixing, then said coldly to Qi Jingyang, "Why is second senior brother looking for me?" Among the core disciples of the top 3 were all 6-star martial saints. The junior brothers below them respectfully called them eldest senior brother, second senior brother, and third senior brother. As for the 4th-ranked He Hongjiao, she was not called 4th senior sister, but senior sister He. Qi Jingyang arrived in front of Yixing and Lin Tongyu in a few steps. In his eyes, Yixing was completely ignored. He stared into Lin Tongyu's eyes and said, "Don't you understand senior brother's infatuation with you? There are dangers everywhere in the Fallen Star secret realm. Senior brother naturally wants to find you and protect you." Lin Tongyu's expression was cold and indifferent as she said, "I have junior martial brother Yi accompanying me, so I'm very safe. Second senior martial brother doesn't need to worry. Sigh. He is just a trashy inner sanctum disciple, a mere 3-star martial saint. How can he guarantee your safety? Come follow me. I will protect you." Qi Jingyang waved his hand. He did not even glance at Yixing. Otherwise, with his cultivation, he would have been able to tell that Yixing was no longer a 3-star martial saint, but a 4-star martial saint. Before Yixing could get angry at Qi Jingyang's words, Lin Tongyu was already furious. "Junior brother Yi is my father's personal disciple. Second senior brother, please be more respectful. Furthermore, junior brother Yi is no longer an inner disciple. He has already broken through to become a mid-level martial sage, and has been promoted to a core disciple." Qi Jingyang was already very jealous that Yixing was able to accompany Lin Tongyu in the Fallen Star secret realm. Now that Qi Jingyang was protecting Yixing, he was even more furious. Of course, this anger was directed at Yixing. Qi Jingyang's gaze finally shifted to Yixing. He could naturally see Yixing's cultivation at a glance. However, this was not important. A 4-star martial saint was still an ant-like existence in his eyes. When Qi Jingyang faced Yixing, compared to when he faced Lin Tongyu, it was as if he was a completely different person. His entire person had become like a sharp sword, incomparably sharp and filled with a strong offensive power. "You, get out of my sight." Qi Jingyang stared at Yixing and spat out words like swords. "Don't let me see you. Otherwise, every time I see you, I will beat you up." Not far away, the core disciples outside the Starry Hall were all in high spirits as they watched this scene. Especially after Qi Jingyang's words. All the core disciples craned their necks, their eyes unblinking as they waited for the show to unfold. In the Fallen Star sect, the strongest disciple was undoubtedly the eldest senior brother Ma Run. However, if one were to say who was the most arrogant disciple, it would be the second senior brother Qi Jingyang. In the Fallen Star sect, in terms of family background, besides Lin Tongyu, Qi Jingyang was second. Qi Jingyang's father, Qi Dosheng, was an elder of the Fallen Star sect's war pavilion. His grandfather, Qi Jingqiao, was an elder of the Elixir Pavilion, the same generation as Lin Xiuyuan. His mother, Lu Shuangyuan, was the elder sister of the sect master, Lu Tianyuan. Moreover, Qi Jingyang's great-grandfather, Qi Zhantian, had sacrificed his own life in the great calamity of the fallen star sect more than 100 years ago and saved Lin Xiuyuan, who was still in his teens. Lin Xiuyuan was indebted to him. Not only were Qi Jingyang's ancestors and father both astral realm perfected persons, but they were also inner sect elders. His great-grandfather had also sacrificed his life to save the grand elder Lin Xiuyuan, and the sect master Lu Tianyuan was his uncle. With such a family background, even the eldest senior brother Ma Ren had to yield to him. Although He Hongjiao and Lin Tongyu were known as the fallen star sect's twin beauties, in terms of status, they were far inferior. As the eldest senior brother, if Ma Ren had a choice, he would definitely prefer Lin Tongyu over He Hongjiao. It was precisely because Qi Jingyang liked Lin Tongyu that the eldest senior brother Ma Ren had to compromise and settle for the second best, He Hongjiao. Even their eldest senior brother had to yield to him. Among the disciples of Theno, one dared to provoke him. Only when he was with Lin Tongyu would Qi Jingyang be amiable. When it came to others, Yixing's experience was a perfect example. The phrase "get out of my sight" was not only said to Yixing by Qi Jingyang, but it was also Qi Jingyang's catchphrase. Except for Lin Tongyu, Qi Jingyang only had a little respect for the eldest senior brother Ma Ren, and no one else was in his eyes. Even Li Yuanqing, who ranked third among the core disciples, would shout "get out of my sight" when Qi Jingyang was in a bad mood. Moreover, Li Yuanqing could only swallow his anger and disappear from Qi Jingyang's sight. "If you dare touch a hair on junior brother Ye's head, you and I will be irreconcilable." Seeing that Qi Jingyang was angry at Yixing, Lin Tongyu immediately opened her arms and blocked in front of Yixing. But she didn't know that the more she protected Yixing, the angrier Qi Jingyang became. Yixing took in Qi Jingyang's reaction, but he didn't care. Others respected and feared Qi Jingyang, but this didn't include him. Yixing wouldn't take the initiative to step on anyone's head, but no one could take the initiative to step on his head. Yixing had no objections to Qi Jingyang pursuing Lin Tongyu. However, Qi Jingyang couldn't call Yixing trash in front of Lin Tongyu, and he couldn't tell Yixing to get out of his sight because of this. This made Yixing very angry. The consequences were very serious. Qi Jingyang didn't care what Yixing thought. His gaze passed over Lin Tongyu and stared into Yixing's eyes like an all-overbearing. "I'll give you 3 breaths to get out of my sight." His voice was like a sharp sword, piercing Yixing's heart. Yixing's lips curled slightly. He reached out and grabbed Lin Tongyu's hand in front of Qi Jingyang. Yixing had already held Lin Tongyu's hand in the ice mountain area, but at that time it was to transfer heat to her and increase her speed. He didn't have any other intentions. This time, he deliberately held her hand in front of Qi Jingyang. The feeling was especially strong. Lin Tongyu's hand was soft and boneless, and her skin was delicate and smooth. Touching it was like touching white jade, like touching silk. "Senior sister Yi, let's go." Yixing also treated Qi Jingyang as if he didn't exist. He grabbed Lin Tongyu's hand and walked to the side. At this moment, Lin Tongyu's heart skipped a beat when Yixing grabbed her hand. The feeling of holding hands with Yixing now was completely different from holding hands in the ice mountain. In the ice mountain, she only treated Yixing as a junior brother. Yixing also held her hand in order to transfer heat to her. The relationship between the two was very pure, so naturally there was no feeling between them. However, since Yixing insisted on sharing a share of the 5-leaf ice lotus with Lin Tongyu already had a good impression of Yixing had left a deep impression in her heart. Especially these days, when the two were looking for elixirs together, their relationship rapidly improved. Yixing didn't have such thoughts, so naturally he didn't realize it. However, Lin Tongyu's feelings for Yixing were getting better and better, and she had already begun to fall in love with him. At this moment, Yixing suddenly held her hand. To Lin Tongyu, this was like an electric shock. Lin Tongyu's heart skipped a beat, and her bones almost went soft. However, sometimes women's reactions were so fast. She immediately realized that being intimate with Yixing might be the best way to cut off Qi Jingyang's thoughts. Fifth update. Fifth update. Begging for a monthly vote. Chapter 248. In the blink of an eye, a moving smile appeared on Lin Tongyu's face. It was a smile that came from the bottom of her heart. Joy was etched all over her face. Lin Tongyu smiled and nodded at Yixing. She let Yixing hold her small hand and walked past Qi Jingyang. Qi Jingyang stared blankly as Yixing held Lin Tongyu's hand and walked past him. His eyes were almost burning with real flames, and his anger rose to the highest point in an instant. Everyone in the Falling Star sect knew that Lin Tongyu was Qi Jingyang's woman. Actually, Qi Jingyang should be the one pursuing the woman, but in Qi Jingyang's eyes, the woman he pursued was his woman. The other disciples of the Falling Star sect also thought the same. Even Ma Ren, the eldest brother, had to make way for Qi Jingyang, not daring to compete with him for Lin Tongyu. But now, Yixing was holding Lin Tongyu's hand right in front of Qi Jingyang's face, and walking past him just like that. Moreover, Lin Tongyu was still extremely happy. She was smiling from ear to ear, resplendent like a flower. This was a joy that came from the bottom of her heart. How could the arrogant and egotistical Qi Jingyang possibly stand by and watch? Not only was he enraged, his entire body was trembling with rage. Outside the starry hall, more than 10 core disciples looked over with shock. They were dumbfounded and almost petrified. They knew very well what kind of personality Qi Jingyang had. They also knew very well that Lin Tongyu was the woman Qi Jingyang was pursuing. He would not allow anyone else to taint her. This kid doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. My God, second senior brother's fury is about to erupt. No one can save him. How dare he hold junior sister Lin's hand in front of second senior brother? Is he courting death? This kid's cultivation talent is ordinary. To be able to become a core disciple, he must have gone through a lot of fortuitous encounters. Now that he has offended second senior brother, he's finished. He's completely finished. At this moment, all the core disciples sighed in their hearts. They could all see that Qi Jingyang's fury was about to erupt. Without a doubt, all the core disciples unanimously believed that Yixing was finished. None of these 10 core disciples had met Yixing in the Falling Star secret realm. Therefore, they did not know that Yixing had defeated the 5th-ranked core disciple, Wu Qinggang. However, even if they knew that Yixing had defeated Wu Qinggang, their thoughts would not change. Wu Qinggang was a 5-star martial saint, while Qi Jingyang was a 6-star martial saint. The two were on completely different levels. Besides, who would dare to fight with Qi Jingyang? Even third senior brother Li Yuanqing had to tuck his tail between his legs before Qi Jingyang. Even the eldest senior brother, Ma Ren, had to be modest in front of Qi Jingyang. He gave in to Qi Jingyang from the bottom of his heart. Those who had the strength to fight Qi Jingyang didn't dare to. Those who didn't, needless to say, could be dealt with however Qi Jingyang wanted. And even ordinary sect elders had to be polite in front of Qi Jingyang. They didn't dare to offend him or criticize him. Yixing had thoroughly enraged Qi Jingyang. In the eyes of the core disciples, he was clearly courting death. Yixing, you're courting death. When Yixing and Lin Tongyu walked out and stood behind Qi Jingyang's anger erupted. His aura covered the sky and earth as he roared. The wind and clouds in the sky changed color, and the air in the surroundings surged. Qi Jingyang's anger instantly triggered a great killing intent. This meant that Qi Jingyang had also comprehended a kind of force. A terrifying great killing intent instantly enveloped Yixing and locked onto Yixing. In an instant, Yixing felt as if thousands of divine weapons and sharp blades were holding him back. It was as if his every move would be attacked by countless sharp weapons. Of course, this was only an illusion. However, this illusion was very real. The sharp aura pierced through the skin and flesh, piercing straight into the soul. If one's state of mind was not strong enough, they would believe this illusion to be true. If one's heart were to believe it, then the damage caused would also become real. Such a sharp great force of heaven and earth could only be caused by the great force of metal. The great force of metal was extremely aggressive. Its sharp aura especially intimidated the mind. If one's state of mind was not stable enough and believed it to be true, their body would not be cut open by the great force of nothingness. However, their mind would feel that their body was being cut open. If their confidence was to be true, they would feel weak and eventually die. If their mind died, even if their body was actually unharmed, they would still die. Yixing's superbrain was very powerful and his mind was very clear. It was very difficult for him to be affected by the outside world. Not only that, the black hole astral manifestation was in the center of his brows, revolving unceasingly, allowing Yixing to maintain a calm state of mind. Qi Jingyang's great force of metal could not affect Yixing. Yixing's expression was normal as he continued to move forward. However, although Lin Tongyu, who was standing beside Yixing, wasn't Qi Jingyang's target, she also felt the aura of metal. It was as if a peerless blade had slashed past her. That feeling made her hair stand on end. Lin Tongyu immediately turned around and shielded Yixing behind her again. She asked Qi Jingyang sternly, "Second senior brother, what are you doing?" Qi Jingyang turned around. His eyes were bloodshot and his expression was fierce. He pointed at Yixing. "What am I doing? I'm not doing anything. I'm just going to beat this brat until his mother can't recognize him. I want everyone to know what happens to those who dare to fight me." Qi Jingyang. Qi Jingyang's aura was fierce like an unsheathed sword. In the next moment he was about to launch a thunderous strike. Lin Tongyu was startled. She understood Qi Jingyang's temper quite well. Even if Yixing was her father's personal disciple, once Qi Jingyang became ruthless, he wouldn't hesitate to act. Although Yixing was very powerful, and after defeating Wu Chenggang, his cultivation had broken through to the 4-star martial saint realm, Lin Tongyu was still very worried for him. The top 3 core disciples were high and mighty. It was not only because they were 6-star martial saints, but also because they were different. First of all, they all had middle-rank spiritual weapons. This was something the other core disciples did not have. Middle-rank spiritual weapons were much more powerful than low-rank spiritual weapons. Secondly, they all practiced middle-rank spiritual martial arts. Some of the core disciples who had entered the Falling Star secret territory twice also had this. However, it was rare and they did not have any cultivation attainments. Thirdly, they all practiced middle-rank spiritual martial arts, and had at least reached the entry level. Regardless of cultivation, inheritance, martial arts, or weapons, the top 3 core disciples were superior to the other core disciples. Their strength was even more superior. Cultivation, inheritance, martial arts, and weapons were all superior. Which core disciple could be compared to the top 3? Lin Tongyu did not know how much Yixing's strength had increased after his breakthrough. Naturally, she thought that Qi Jingyang was more powerful. Therefore, she had to stop the two from fighting. Lin Tongyu protected Yixing behind her and said sternly, "Second senior brother, if you want to touch a hair on junior brother Yi, you have to step over my body first." Lin Tongyu's father was the formation elder Lin Fenghua, and her grandfather was the grand elder Lin Shiyuan. She was the #1 person in the Falling Star sect, and the only disciple whose family background was not inferior to Qi Jingyang's. Even if Qi Jingyang was given 100 guts, he would not dare to attack Lin Tongyu. Lin Tongyu knew this and stopped Qi Jingyang. Lin Tongyu's protection of Yixing made Qi Jingyang even angrier. However, with Lin Tongyu in the middle, he did not dare to attack. Although he was arrogant, he knew clearly that he could attack anyone in the Falling Star sect except for Lin Tongyu. Otherwise, he would not be able to bear the consequences. Moreover, he wanted to make Lin Tongyu his woman, so he didn't dare to do anything to her. In a flash, Qi Jingyang had an idea. He looked past Lin Tongyu and cast his gaze at Yixing. Coward who only dares to hide behind a woman. Do you plan to rely on a woman for the rest of your life? Do you want to be a little chick hiding under a hen's wing? Or do you want to be a real man and fight with me? Lin Tongyu looked back at Yixing and said, "Junior brother Yi, don't be provoked by him. Second senior brother cultivates the middle-tier spiritual martial inheritance, the Falling Star incantation, and the middle-tier spiritual martial skill, the Clear Wind Shadowless Blade. He also has the middle-tier spiritual weapon, the golden leaf blade. You are not his opponent. Yixing's eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, he could not compete with a middle-tier spiritual martial inheritance and a middle-tier spiritual weapon. However, his skybat movement technique and dark spirit spear technique had both reached the initial stage. Especially the dark spirit spear technique, he had made great progress in the initial stage and far surpassed the opponent in this aspect. Also, Yixing had the scanning of the super brain, as well as the advantage of the dark force, wind force and fire force. After comparing in his mind, Yixing was full of confidence and was not afraid of Qi Jingyang. Chapter 249. Qi Jingyang laughed disdainfully and looked straight at Yixing. Whether you want to be a coward or a real man, it's your choice. If you don't dare to fight with me and want to continue being a coward, then slap yourself and shout, "I'm a coward." If I'm happy, I'll forgive you this time, ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Yixing also chuckled. He patted Lin Tongyu on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Senior Sister Lin, don't you think it's strange that someone would shout that he's a coward? Huh. I've seen cheap people, but I've never seen such cheap people." Ah. Lin Tongyu was stunned. After blinking her eyes, she realized that Yixing was laughing at Qi Jingyang. Now she was even more shocked. Lin Tongyu groaned inwardly. "I tried my best to stop you two from fighting, but you actually dared to mock Qi Jingyang, and even called him a wretch. This is simply setting off a barrel of dynamite." Not far away, the core disciples were also shocked. They wanted to laugh, but they didn't dare to. Their expressions were very interesting. This guy has eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. Just based on his courage, I have some admiration for him. Admire? Admire my ass. He's just digging his own grave. Several core disciples whispered to each other. Qi Jingyang's laughter stopped, and the smile on his face disappeared without a trace. His face was livid and he said coldly, "Senior Sister Lin, you see, this is the coward who provoked me. If I don't teach him a lesson today, I'm not a man. Don't waste your energy to stop me. Today, I'll make this coward unforgettable. I'll say it again. If you want to touch Junior Brother Yi, you'll have to step over my dead body." Lin Tongyu looked at Qi Jingyang with a determined expression. "Junior Brother Lin, don't be nervous. He's just a coward, and he admitted it himself. What's there to be afraid of? Since he's so cheap, I'll give him a good time today." At this time, Yixing's voice came from behind Lin Tongyu. "Junior Brother Yi, don't do anything stupid." Lin Tongyu was shocked and quickly stopped Yixing. Second senior brother's strength is very strong. Even a few Wuqinggang are not his match. How could he be a good-for-nothing? If he's not a good-for-nothing, then who is? Yixing patted Lin Tongyu's shoulder and walked out from behind her. Then Yixing's gaze shot towards Qi Jingyang, sharp and fierce. "Although you admit that you're a good-for-nothing, you don't know why. Let me tell you why you're a good-for-nothing. Qi Jingyang, your family has an illustrious background. 3 generations ago, all of your ancestors were inner elders of the Falling Star sect and enlightened masters of the astral realm. How glorious, how glorious, how glorious. However, you're already 24 years old, but your cultivation is only at the 6th level of the Star Vortex realm. When your ancestors were 24 years old, which one of them wasn't an 8-star or 9-star martial saint? Tell me, aren't you a good-for-nothing? Qi Jingyang, you have an 8-star orange life, and your cultivation talent is a cut above the rest. Moreover, you have an illustrious family background. Since you were born, you were given countless resources, and you were taught by a true master of the astral realm. However, even so, you were only at the 6th level of the astral realm when you were 24 years old. When you were 17 years old, you had just broken through the astral realm and became a martial saint. As for me, Yixing, I have a 2-star red life, and my cultivation talent is trash. My family background is lowly, and martial saints are legends to my family. In my family, I have never even heard of a true master. Do you think you're a good-for-nothing? Qi Jingyang, you only know how to bully others and abuse your power. However, you've never dared to rely on your own strength to challenge martial artists whose cultivation is higher than yours. Now your cultivation is 2 levels higher than mine, but you keep saying that you want to fight with me. Tell me, are you shameless or a good-for-nothing? Do you only deserve to fight with martial artists whose cultivation is 2 levels lower than yours? Yi Xing bombarded Qi Jingyang with a barrage of righteous words. A series of examples and rhetorical questions immediately forced Qi Jingyang into a corner. He was completely unable to fight back. Lin Tongyu and the nearby core disciples' expressions all changed. However, Yi Xing's words were reasonable, and everyone had to agree that Qi Jingyang was indeed a good-for-nothing. However, these words were said in front of Qi Jingyang's face. The situation was serious. Qi Jingyang's heart was completely blown up. Shut up. Yi Xing's words hit Qi Jingyang's sore spot. He was indeed a tyrant among the disciples of the Falling Star sect. However, in the eyes of his father and grandfather, he was indeed a good-for-nothing. He was a disgrace to his ancestors. Yi Xing's words did not make Qi Jingyang recognize himself. Instead, he flew into a rage out of humiliation and roared, "I'm going to kill you." Boom! Qi Jingyang instantly made his move. He used his palm as a blade and casually chopped down. With a flash of golden light, a blade of light suddenly appeared in the air and chopped down at Yi Xing. The air currents were instantly cut in half. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. Low-grade spiritual martial art, Golden Blade. The Golden Blade was a palm blade martial art. It was a bit similar to the 7 deadly strikes of ordinary martial arts. However, its power was more than 100 times stronger than the 7 deadly strikes. Once the Golden Blade was unleashed, the blade of light was sharp and could cut through gold and stone. Qi Jingyang's Golden Blade was far more advanced. Coupled with the power of the alloy, its power was even more terrifying. To deal with ordinary opponents, Qi Jingyang would not use a middle-grade spiritual weapon or a middle-grade spiritual martial art. Just the Golden Blade was enough to kill any opponent below the 6-star martial saint realm. The Golden Blade of Light was dozens of feet long. If Yi Xing was hit, he would definitely be cut in half. Outside the Starry Palace, the core disciples all sucked in a breath of cold air. Qi Jingyang wanted to kill. Lin Tongyu's expression was calm. She knew Yi Xing's strength. If Qi Jingyang did not use the middle-grade spiritual weapon, the Golden Leaf Blade, and the middle-grade spiritual martial art, the Shadowless Breeze Blade, it would be difficult to pose a threat to Yi Xing. In the face of Qi Jingyang's sudden attack, Yi Xing had already expected it. As soon as the Blade of Light appeared, the purple feather spear appeared in Yi Xing's hand. Dark Spirit Spear Art, Spiritual Light Flash. The spear was like a dragon. With a dark light, it pierced out in an instant. After breaking through to the 4-star martial saint realm and cultivating the pure yuan art to the highest level, Yi Xing's celestial essence was incomparably profound. It was stronger than that of a 5-star martial saint and could almost be compared to a 6-star martial saint. The stronger the celestial essence, the stronger the moves. Although Yi Xing's Dark Spirit Spear Art had not changed, its power had greatly increased compared to when he was a 3-star martial saint. The purple feather spear, with a dark light, was unstoppable. In an instant, it pierced the Golden Blade of Light and shattered it. Outside the Star Palace, the core disciples' eyes were wide open. Their eyes softened, and they looked shocked. They did not see it wrong. Yi Xing's spear had shattered Qi Jingyang's Golden Blade of Light. A 4-star martial saint had broken the attack of a 6-star martial saint. Even if it was just a casual blow from Qi Jingyang, the core disciples could not believe their eyes. Qi Jingyang's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He shouted, "No wonder you dare to be arrogant in front of me. It turns out that you do have some strength. But that's it. Die for me." Yi Xing could take his move. It was already a very heaven-defying battle strength. However, Qi Jingyang obviously would not admit that Yi Xing was heaven-defying. He only believed that he would beat Yi Xing until he was looking for his teeth on the ground. He would smash Yi Xing to pieces and even take Yi Xing's dog life. As Qi Jingyang shouted, his momentum suddenly increased. The rich celestial essence of a 6-star martial saint was fully revealed at this time. Qi Jingyang waved his palm and slashed out again and again. One after another, bright golden blade of light continuously chopped towards Yi Xing Dark Spear Curtain. Yi Xing first defended, waving the purple feather spear. The surrounding area was densely covered by black spear shadows, forming a spear curtain. As soon as the golden blade of light touched the dark spear curtain, it was blocked. "Let's see how long you can resist," Qi Jingyang shouted. The golden blade of light became faster and faster. With his rich celestial essence, the golden blade of light could last for a long time. Yixing also used the dark spear curtain to defend for a long time. However, Yixing did not want to fight with Qi Jingyang for a long time. In Yixing's view, it was very disgraceful to fight with a good-for-nothing for a long time. Dark Spirit Spear. Yixing roared. In an instant he changed from offense to defense and stabbed out with his spear. Boom! The Dark Spirit Spear was simply a spear of destruction. With a thrust of the spear, the dark spear curtain shone brightly. All the golden blade of light in front of it was instantly destroyed. Moreover, a black spear shadow, carrying a terrifying power, instantly rushed in front of Qi Jingyang and launched a counterattack. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.